Take your seats so that we can start. Thank you so much.
Ready to game the ready.
It was already bad. Then it got a whole lot worse. October 7th led to a huge increase in Jew hatred. Some said anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism were different. They were wrong.
Sie sind die Feinde der Menschheit. Das System des Zionismus ist das Krebsgeschwür der Menschheit.
Others understood.
An old evil is resurfacing in Europe.
Child killers, poisoners, capitalists, communists, controllers, usurpers, colonialists. Incredibly, Jews are accused of being like those who murdered 6 million in places not far from here. The oldest hatred doesn't die, it just adapts. It fits whatever is happening in the world. Before the war, it was COVID.
Anti-Semitic flyers steeped in COVID-19 conspiracies found in plastic bags saying every single aspect of the COVID agenda is Jewish.
Now the world's only Jewish state, our ancestral home, is the target. We are denied the right to exist. And every Jew in Europe is a target. We meet to stem this awful tide. It threatens to pull us all under into a very dark place. We say never again. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, never again is now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yorgos Papadakis. I am the Managing Director of the European Jewish Association, and it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all here today in Krakow in this delegation to Auschwitz. Before saying a couple of introductory words, I would like to give you some practical information regarding translation so that you can follow the proceedings of the conference in the best possible way. In your little machines that you have in front of you, you will have number 0 following the floor, following what's actually happening in the actual language is happening. Number 1, it's English translation. Number 2 is French. Number 3 is Spanish. And number 4 is Montenegrin, Your Excellency, for you. It is a little bit strange for me, if you ask me, because these days have have signaled in a way my first year as managing director of EJA. And when I came in last January, I was a little bit naive to believe that things regarding anti-Semitism in Europe are not so bad, or were not so bad as they seemed. And I kept on believing that it's like this until what happened on the 7th of October in Israel. Then I realized that I was wrong. And it's really sad to face that kind of truth, but it's also important to deal with it. So this particular conference is the first one, the first major European Jewish Congress happening after the 7th of October, the first delegation to Auschwitz happening after the 7th of October. And we had also the sad privilege at the European Jewish Association to host another important European conference in Zagreb a few months ago, right after, so 3 days, if I'm not mistaken, after the attacks of Hamas in Israel on the 7th of October. It's a sad privilege. But on the other hand, back then we were faced with a dilemma whether to move forward with the conference or not, and we did, and I'm glad we did. And now I'm really glad that all of you, Your Excellencies, members of the European Parliament, the members of national parliaments are here today and will be here tomorrow to make sure that the message goes very, very strong in Europe and throughout the world, that we are not done with anti-Semitism, far from it, and we need to deal with it now. I will only give you a couple of examples of the situation that we're facing without taking too much of your time. We're anyhow quite strict with time. Only a few days ago, I read in Washington Post an article about a growing situation in the States, and I believe throughout the world, in Europe as well. People believe that what happened on the 7th of October was staged. So, in other words, Israel created this in order to find an excuse and attack the Gaza Strip. We need to make sure, and I sincerely hope that this will come out of this conference and the visit to Auschwitz tomorrow, that really these kind of insinuations cannot stand. We cannot allow to have people anywhere in the world comparing Israel with Nazi Germany that led to death 6 million Jews. This is unacceptable. This is something that we simply cannot afford to allow. Hence, I kindly ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to reflect on the situation, to reflect on the growing anti-Semitism in Europe after the 7th of October, and give your thoughts, but mostly, and more importantly, provide specific actions in order to tackle this astronomical rise of anti-Semitism in Europe after the 7th of October. And it's very important that in this particular conference we are going to introduce the EJA European Leaders Forum Combating Anti-Semitism, including former heads of states, including very important decision makers, and including people that have the power to change things. This is what we would like to see happening after this conference. And of course, this would have never been possible if they were not for the kind auspices of Your Excellency, the 10th President of Israel, Mr. Reuven Rivlin, whom I kindly and warmly thank for all these efforts to make this forum a reality. Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not least, I had a discussion yesterday with a former managing director of the Davos Economic Forum. She was very happy, she's retired now, she was very happy to hear the news about this conference at the delegation to Auschwitz. She even compared what's happening in Davos every year with what EJA is doing in Auschwitz every year. So she said, and I quote her, "This looks like the Jewish Davos." No matter how flattering this may seem, and of course, due to the magnitude of our guest, it could be perceived as something like the Jewish Davos. I have to say, I take no pride in this remark. I would rather sit with you, discuss with you, and, as I said before, send a message that never again is now. Anti-Semitism is far from dead, is rising again, and we need to stop it. We need to make sure that not in our watch, not in your watch, this is going to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for coming, and I would like to give the floor now to the representative of the government of our host country, Poland, who has always been very kind to us ever since we started organizing the Auschwitz delegations. Mr. Wojciech Kolarski is the presidential minister, so I would kindly ask him to take the floor and give us his remarks. Thank you very much.
It is my great honor to read a letter of Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, to the organizers and participants of the symposium. Excellencies, dear rabbis, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted that Kraków, the former capital of Poland and a city whose face has been shaped by the centuries-long presence of the Jewish diaspora, is once again hosting distinguished participants in the symposium commemorating the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. I am confident that this is now traditional meeting will once again provide an inspiring and creative exchange of ideas. It will soon be 79 years since the gates of the German Nazi concentration and extermination camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau were opened. Some 7,000 people lived to see it liberated. But just as importantly, the bonds of silence surrounding this veritable hell on earth were broken. The efforts of the Nazis to cover up the traces of their crimes were in vain. Today, as in 1945, and for all time to come, a cry of warning still echoes from that place. This is why, on the anniversary of the liberation of the prisoners of this horrific death factory, we commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day, established by the United Nations General Assembly. Every year, on the 27th January, the entire human community joins together in an act of reverence for those who were murdered and of compassion and concern for those who survived. On this day, we rekindle the flame of remembrance for events that the first defensive reflex of the human psyche would like to forget, but which also need to be remembered and properly understood by future generations. Poland is continuing this mission in a special way, mindful of the fact that 3 million Jewish citizens of our country were also victims of the Holocaust, remembering nearly 1,000 years of peaceful coexistence between Poles and Jews on this land, in Jewish parlance referred to as Pauline. Here you will rest. Moved and deeply wounded by the fact that the authorities of the Third Reich located their criminal industry of extermination precisely on the territory of conquered and occupied Poland, the country which for centuries had been a tolerant, safe, common home for representatives of many races, languages, cultures, and religions. We declare our unwavering will to guard the truth and the memory of the genocide of the Jews committed here by the invaders. We do so in the conviction that the shock of learning about this crime has the power to transform human hearts and conscience and to raise awareness of intolerance, hatred, xenophobia, racism, and chauvinism, of violation of human rights and international law, in the boastful conviction that aggression and violence can be methods of action in the modern world. As we stand each year at the gates of the former Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, we address to call all people to build a better future, one full of solidarity and empathy, based on freedom, mutual respect, and universal values. This year's commemoration of International Holocaust Remembrance Day is overshadowed by the terrorist attack against Israel by members of Hamas on the 7th October last year. We pay tribute of the victims of this aggression and share the pain of their families. We also trust that all the abducted hostages will return to their homes and to their waiting relatives and friends as soon as possible. With kind regards, Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
Thank you, Minister Kolarski, and of course, many thanks to the President of the Republic of Poland. As I said, we felt always very, very welcome and supported in all our activities in Polish soil, and that's no coincidence. If you allow me to make a special reference also to our long-standing partners in Poland, the KZAZ, to make a special reference to Yad Vashem, who is partnering with us for this particular event, and our other long-standing partners, Consistoire de Paris, Monsieur le Président, merci, and the World Zionist Organization. As I said, it is important to give the floor to those today, to those who are facing the astronomical rise of anti-Semitism after the 7th of October. In this respect, what follows is a panel of Jewish leaders and Jewish youth leaders, so future Jewish leaders, from across Europe, who are going to give their, let's say, views, remarks about the current situation in Europe, which is quite grim. And this panel will be moderated by my esteemed colleague, our special advisors on Israeli and international communities, Ms. Ruth Wasserman-Lande, who I'm kindly asking to take the floor. Ruth.
Ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to say how touched I am to speak before you this morning. I don't feel and I don't think that it's a given that such a prestigious and respectable forum of world and particularly European leaders would sit and discuss the human problem of anti-Semitism. And I salute you and I thank you for being a part of this. I spent many years in my professional career dealing with Israel, with the Jewish peoplehood. I served as advisor for President Shimon Peres. I worked in the Israeli Foreign Ministry for many years, served for several years as an Israeli diplomat and the deputy ambassador in the Israeli embassy in Cairo. I'm an Arabist, believe it or not. I also spent time in the Israeli political arena in recent years in the Central Party belonging to Benny Gantz, and have spent endless years dealing, working, forwarding Israeli minorities from within Israel in sustainable sources of income, and having them being a part of the mainstream Israeli society. I'm honored to work with an organization like the European Jewish Association, which cares to put in the center issues pertaining to humanity, against bigotry, against hatred, values that are so important to all of us as human beings. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the Jewish peoplehood is not okay. It is not okay to have Jewish students in universities throughout the world and in Europe be harassed. It is not okay to post stars on David on buildings in different capitals in the European continent as if we were 80-odd years back in time. It is not okay to have huge demonstrations on the streets of Europe calling de facto for the annihilation of the Israeli Jewish state of Israel. From the river to the sea means only one thing. Let's make no mistake about it. It means the annihilation of all people inside the state of Israel. It is not okay that pseudo-academics in different respectable universities, like Oxford, for example, where I myself had studied, belong to the Muslim Brotherhood, a terrorist organization which calls out the Jewish people, which calls out the West, which is against Western values that we all cherish. It is not okay for us, for you, for humanity to remain silent. And that's why I'm honored today to chair a very respectable and honorable panel with Jewish leaders, young and old, Sephardi and Ashkenazi, of different walks of life, coming together to scream out what is happening, to share. I am honored to call upon Joël Mergui, the chief of the EJA Leaders Board and president of the Consistoire de Paris. More than honored to call on Madame Estrella Bengio, president of the Jewish community of Madrid in Spain. Rabbi Avi Lazarus, the CEO of the Federation of Synagogues in the United Kingdom. Chief Rabbi Binyamin Jacobs, EJA Committee on Combating Anti-Semitism, and Chief Rabbi of the Netherlands, sir. Mr. Edward O'Donnell, Chairman of the Review Board Social and Cultural Association of Jews in Poland. Riccardo Pacifici, the Vice Chairman of the EJA Jewish Leaders Board for Italy and Jewish Heritage. Very happy to call on two students, our young leaders and our hope for the future. Noah Levy, student at Queen Mary University. Noah. And Bianca Sheredinska, student at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Please, ladies and gentlemen, have a seat. I'd like to address a question which is truly a question for all of you, and that is, could you please share with us the taste, the smell, the feeling of what is happening in the arena of anti-Semitism in your community and your geography, so that the people in this room would be able to share, even if for a moment, the feeling. Joël.
Bien, je vais parler en français, donc je vais voir tout le monde mettre les écouteurs, parce que, à part quelques Français qui sont avec moi et que je remercie, je pense que la majorité ne parle pas français, mais je préfère m'exprimer ici en français. Je voudrais, puisque je suis le premier à prendre la parole, remercier toutes celles et ceux qui sont venus de différents coins d'Israël et du monde pour honorer ce moment important de réflexion. Et je voudrais remercier le président de l'État d'Israël, Reuven Rivlin, et toutes les personnalités qui sont là, et en particulier Manuel Valls, Premier ministre du gouvernement français. Et je voudrais aussi remercier l'organisation EJA pour tout le travail qui est fait depuis tant d'années dans la lutte contre l'antisémitisme et pour la vie du judaïsme en Europe, et remercier tous mes collègues représentant les différentes communautés juives d'Europe d'être présents avec nous. Alors, la question est vaste et je crois qu'on va y réfléchir pendant toute cette journée, et le temps est court puisque nous sommes de nombreux intervenants, donc on va simplement dire quelques messages. Mais je voudrais commencer par dire, on est aujourd'hui dans une commémoration qui est le 79e anniversaire de la libération du camp d'Auschwitz. Je ne pouvais pas imaginer que 79 ans après la libération du camp d'Auschwitz, 3 ans après, l'État d'Israël s'est créé, que nous nous retrouverions aujourd'hui, quelques jours après, le premier anniversaire du plus jeune otage de l'histoire, de Kfir Bibas, qui a fêté son anniversaire de 1 an, je l'espère, qu'il est en vie, dans les prisons, sous le drame du Hamas. Je ne pouvais pas imaginer, en tant que leader juif, qu'on aurait à vivre ce moment dramatique de notre histoire que nous sommes en train de vivre. Je voulais commencer par cela, parce qu'on ne peut pas oublier ce qui vient de se passer et qui va être un tournant, et qui est un tournant, et de l'histoire d'Israël, bien entendu, qui vit une nouvelle guerre de libération d'Israël, mais une nouvelle guerre de libération du monde. Et concernant ce qui se passe en France et en Europe, je dois dire qu'au moment où cette journée a été déclarée en 2005, pour le 60e anniversaire de la libération des camps, j'avais créé à Paris une affiche qui était « La France dit non à l'antisémitisme ». Et cette affiche, nous l'utilisons encore aujourd'hui. À ce moment-là, peut-être naïvement, Je ne pouvais pas imaginer que 20 ans après, nous serions encore dans des conditions encore pires que celles que nous avons vécues au début des années 2000 en France et en Europe. C'est vrai que l'antisémitisme du début des années 2000 pouvait ressembler à un antisémitisme d'extrême droite et que progressivement il a muté dans un antisémitisme qui est resté celui de l'extrême droite, mais auquel s'est rajouté l'antisémitisme d'extrême gauche, l'antisémitisme lié à l'antisionisme. Et je pense que nous vivons aujourd'hui avec une conscience profonde à la fois de l'antisémitisme, de l'antisionisme et de la montée de l'islamisme radical qui devient la plus grande menace qui puisse exister pour les Juifs. Mais à chaque fois qu'il y a une menace pour les Juifs, c'est une menace pour le monde. Et donc nous le vivons profondément en France. Nous sommes quelques années après les attentats de l'hypercacher qui en France ont suivi l'attentat de Charlie Hebdo. Et déjà tous les ingrédients étaient là. Il y avait une atteinte par l'islamisme à la presse, à la société française, à la démocratie française et ensuite aux Juifs. Et je voudrais ici en 2 mots saluer l'action à ce moment-là de Manuel Valls, qui était Premier ministre de France, qui avait dit « La France sans les Juifs ne serait pas la France ». Et je dois le dire ici, et j'aimerais qu'on l'applaudisse, s'il n'avait pas dit cette phrase-là, la vague de Alia à ce moment-là aurait été encore plus forte qu'elle n'a été. Voilà, je voulais le remercier parce que ça a été un acteur majeur de la lutte contre l'antisémitisme et contre l'antisionisme qu'il fallait déclarer à ce moment-là. Alors, ce sont simplement quelques mots, puisque je sais qu'on est contraint par le temps, mais pour dire effectivement la remontée de l'antisémitisme, l'importance de l'islamisme radical, l'importance du nombre d'actes antisémites qui ont lieu en France, la mobilisation du gouvernement français, bien entendu, et je pense de l'ensemble des gouvernements, mais aussi la nécessaire clairvoyance que nous devons avoir, que je vous demande d'avoir, sur la montée de l'islamisme radical qui devient une menace internationale. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Madame Estrella, please. Let's try and keep it as short as possible. I look very gentle, but I'll be very monstrous in terms of timing so that we keep our guests alert. And I will come back to you for another question. Madame Estrella, please.
Thank you. Good morning, and I would like to thank EGA and Yad Vashem and all the organizers, and with these very, let's say, incredible people attending this session this morning. So I'm going to make a brief summary of the situation of the anti-Semitism in the Jewish community of Madrid. I would like to remember that in Spain, the Jewish came back not that long ago. It's not the same history as the Jewish in the countries, in other European countries. So the Jewish community of Madrid has a little bit more than 100 years. But since the activities started, there has always been anti-Semitism. And one of the signs of that is that we have always needed special protection in the synagogues, in the school, and we have seen, and we have normalized that. When the rest of the Spanish population doesn't need this special protection. And this is something that we got used to that. And there are paintings in cemeteries and some aggressions to some people. And this was the situation before October the 7th. After October the 7th, surprisingly, the anti-Semitism has raised to an incredible way in the declarations, in the schools, in the universities. The students feel really bad, and the reaction in some cases have not been the appropriate. And this is very worrying because there have been many initiatives. Today we are here under the slogan, Never Again, and we are here and we see that this is starting to happen again. And there have been many initiatives at the European level, the European Commission initiative, we have the national plan, the IRA definition, so many elements to try to prevent this, But we see that something which was a very horrible situation which happened in Israel have made the rise of anti-Semitism very huge everywhere, and also in Madrid. I have to say that in the case of Madrid, and we have here the presence of our president, Ayuso, that has always and is always close to our community. And after October 7, she came to a special event, commemoration of these terrible facts in our synagogue. And this has been very rewarding and making us feeling very good. Also, there are some initiatives in the regional government to go against the funding and making sure that the funding are appropriately used and not for other causes. So, being said that is that we are living as Jewish a very difficult moment that we never thought that this will happen. And the messages that we have been saying for years in many commemoration events of the International Date of the Holocaust, we are here, back again. Something must change. This is the clear message. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, the message that has already been said twice, that we are not only here to listen, we are here to take arms in terms of our action with what is happening, to not remain silent. And on this note, I'd like to call on Rabbi Lazarus to please say a few words about the situation in the UK.
Thank you, Ruth. Frankly, as a person who is easily identifiable as a Jew on the streets of London, since the 7th of October, life has been awful. For the first few days, we didn't want to leave our houses even to go shopping in the local streets because of the fear and intimidation on the streets. It didn't take long for large, huge demonstrations to be on the streets of London, and for that to spill over as they travelled back on the London Underground into the evening, into acts of anti-Semitism and vandalism. And still now we feel very anxious on the streets of London. Just last week, there was a demonstration of 20 to 30 Muslim youths with their placards and their microphones 200 meters from my office in a Jewish area in Hendon in northwest London, because they were outside a Jewish organization that dared to hold an event with an account from an Israeli soldier. Conversations amongst my family that I thought I would never have, such as how long do we have left in the UK, are now commonplace throughout Jewish families in London. I never thought I would see that. I've been in London most of my life, apart from a few years in Israel. I never thought I would see the London as London is today. There are areas in London that are simply no-go areas, with Palestinian flags on every lamppost in areas of East London. If a person dares try to take them down, they'll be attacked. There's really huge fear and intimidation.
Rabbi Benjamin Jacobs, please.
The famous Professor Presser, a Jewish historian, he wrote a book about the Second World War. And he believed and he writes that in Holland, only 5% of the Dutch people collaborated with the Germans, with the Nazis. But only 5% of the Dutch population were fighting the Germans. 90% of the Dutch people saw it happen, let it happen, and didn't do a thing. Today, do I believe that there are more people became anti-Semitic? No. I think it's the same 5%. With them you can't talk. And also, yes, the 5% that are fighting for Israel and be supportive. But the 90%, since the 5% anti-Semitic people are getting more and more visible and get more and more power, the 90%, the huge crowd, goes visible in the wrong direction. A few months ago, I had a talk with one of the big people in government, I won't mention his name, and he told me, yeah, it's no good. And this anti-Semitism is growing, getting strong. But it is because of the Muslims. 98% anti-Semitism in Holland, he told me, is from the Muslims. And my answer, my reaction was, Mr. So-and-so, in the Second World War, where 80% of Dutch Jewry was killed, 80% of my family, there were no Muslims in Holland. When I was a little boy, I'm born in the shadow of the Second World War. My father told me, don't be scared. This will never ever happen again. When I was a teenager, he told me, you know, make sure you always have cash in the house. We never can know. It could happen. And before my father left this world, he told me, be aware, be alert. It could happen again. If I look at today, Holland, yes, the Muslims, but the huge crowd is going completely into the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Mr. O'Donnell, please share with us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all that you came here to hear us, and government and other community representative. We appreciate it very much. I'm supposed to say here, to shortly describe the situation of my community from my own, I assume, personal perspective. From my personal perspective, I can say that in Poland we are in a very comfortable situation. From my personal perspective, I'm not afraid to walk openly as a Jew on the street of Warsaw or a small town outside of Warsaw where I reside. But then again, when we look at the larger picture, we can see that things are changing. Things are changing. The acts of anti-Semitism are being committed more openly and throughout Poland, in Wrocław, in Warsaw, in Minsk Mazowiecki, and a couple other places in Gdańsk, and even here in Krakow. These things happen in the streets of our cities. Why does it happen? I ask myself, why is it happening? Poland is probably, because we don't have problems with Muslims like many other countries here. Why is it happening? I think it's the anti-Semitism here in Poland was about the same for past 50 years or so, except now they feel that they can openly show it. And I'm not threatened by it because it's the same anti-Semitism that's always has been in Poland, except now we can see it. And in a small town outside of Warsaw where I live, where everybody knows who I am, I'm not afraid to walk anywhere, and I never felt threatened by anyone. So from my own perspective, the community, Jewish community here in Poland is relatively safe comparing to my colleagues from London or Amsterdam or other cities in Sweden and
Paris
and France. And although Poland had one of the first pogroms in 1946, right after the World War II, that was physical pogroms and almost 50 Jews were killed. Right now, we can say that my community here in Poland feels safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Mr. Pacifici.
Thank you. Thank you for everything. So I like to imagine this symposium 30 or 40 years ago. Try to imagine the same situation when Israel not have so supporter like now. I'm not crazy. I want to repeat again what I told you the last symposium, that I am optimist, sure that we are target, sure that we have a lot of enemy, but I think that the situation is changed now. There are some countries, like yesterday, was possible to make 20 or 30 years again, 30 years ago, that the German country want to defend Israel in front of the tribunal. How was possible to think this when our imagination was that the German people was the son of the Nazi was our enemy? Why I want to tell you this? Because I think that it's important that the Jewish leader change his perspective, our perspective, to commemorate this date like 27 January. Normally, we use this date just because our actually enemy, they love to stay with the Jewish people only when Jewish are victim. When we decided to have a reaction after 7 October, we are his target. I think that we have to think what will be are with us in this date. I now want to accept the people, especially in the left area, that they love to use the word like anti-Nazi, anti-Racist activity. They are anti-racist, but they are support Hamas, that is the first enemy of the homosexual people or LGBT, or the human right for the human is terrible in this area. Now we know that the Iran has a new president commission in a human right. How is possible this? How is possible that we have to accept that South Africa want to teach us, Jewish and Israel, what is activity of genocide or the racist? And I think that now we have to use this symposium to go out of this door, that we are too proud of Jewish, that we have Israel, that we have a perspective, because I was in Israel for my birthday, 60 days in 2 January. I was in the basis army with my family, with my son and my daughter, to cook with the soldier. I see the face of the young soldier. They don't want this war, but they want to do this war not only for Israel, but also for us. And our 27 January, we will commemorate next week, this week, in Israel, with 20 volunteers that go in the kibbutzim to work in the south of Israel, to work the land, to understand that we have to that we have to support the economy in Israel. I think that it's important that we go in Israel to make our vacation, to make our birthday, to make our everything, because now it's important that Israeli people know that we are with him. And the final?
Thank you.
Yes.
Next question.
Okay.
I'll come back
Thanks.
to you, Ricardo. Thank you so much. Noah, my dear, please give us your perspective on what you feel as a student. Give us a little bit of the feeling. Let us share what you feel as a young leader.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. It really means a lot that you give us time and space for students to speak up. It's been beautifully explained, the situation in London. So I'm just going to give 2 examples, a snapshot of what it's like to be a student in the UK. First of all, it's a conversation between 2 students. And I quote, one said, "Why did Hitler kill himself?" As the other one responded, "He got the gas bill." This occurred in a public chat that was made for educational purposes in a workshop. A second example will be that the Islamic Society hosted Muazzam Beg. He's someone who had previously expressed in social media that he denies the massacre that happened on October 7th. He expressed, and I quote, "It is now clear that Israel killed its hostages and citizens, fleeing #Hamas out of fear and pain." It is absolutely outrageous that they will bring someone like this, that they will open up the doors of our universities, our safe space, to someone who denies the massacre that happens. We feel this act is not being sensible to the Jewish pain. We feel unprotected by the universities. We feel unsafe. I feel unsafe to express that I'm Jewish. I'm on my first year of university, and I'm on a stage where I have to socialize. And I have to think twice before I wear my Star of David or before I say my name. Noah is a very Jewish name, very Israeli name. And I feel that in this 21st century, we shouldn't have to hide. We shouldn't go back to how it was in World War II.
Absolutely. Thank you, Noah. Thank you very much. Bianca, please.
First of all, I would like to thank for this opportunity to share with you what is happening in the Netherlands, and I would like to tell you that the Dutch Jewish students, they are suffering. And the suffering already started on October 7th. On October 7th, with a terrible massacre, and when we still didn't know the outcome, like how tragic it was, already there were demonstrations all over the Netherlands with support of Al-Aqsa Flat, which is the name of operation of Hamas in the Netherlands. From that point on, it only got stranger and stranger, in such a way that if you are a student at the university and you see your lecturer posting at LinkedIn that Israel is a terror state and Israel shouldn't exist, and then the students, they take it as an example to actually repeat that in the study space, I think that we are in a really, really wrong place. Except that, there are like multiple demonstrations also at the Dutch universities, not mine per se. However, at the University of Amsterdam, what was happening, and at the University of Leiden, like, it's not a safe space any longer for any Jewish student, but to any Israeli student, it's a danger zone. You cannot freely express where you are from, like people started hiding their identities. It's just outrageous, and it stresses us out. As the heads of students in Groningen, I spent a lot of time in the dean's office of different faculties, also with the rector of the university and the mayor of the city, after the incident where Jewish students who held the Crystal Night memorial in the city were thrown stone set. And we waited only 40 minutes for the police to come because it apparently wasn't that serious enough. So to stress it out, like we are in danger, and basically we breathe anti-Semitism in the Netherlands at the moment. That's the situation of the Dutch Jewish students.
Bianca, thank you so much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is a wake-up call for all of us, because this is not an anti-Jewish description. This is an anti-humanity description. As an Arabist, I can share with you that the ideology of Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and all their cronies, they're not anti-Jewish. At the basis of this very ideology is the establishment of a worldwide caliphate, an Islamic entity which does not have anything to do with the land, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, or anything like that at all. In fact, that is the reason why cells of terrorism are funded in Europe, the United States, Canada, Australia, and elsewhere. So when we hear of Bianca, who cannot walk because of demonstrations waiting for police, or Noah going to university scared to wait, and Magen David, or the leaders of the Jewish communities that describe abhorrent anti-Semitism, this is just the first step of anti-Western culture, sentiment, and values. It's just a matter of time. And I'm sure that all of us are here not only to hear, but to take action against it. And I'd like to, on that note, turn to you, Estrella, and ask, do you feel that leaders in Europe, via education, in Spain in particular, can do something operative and actionable against this very issue?
Thank you, Ruth. So, well, I would like to answer yes, that education is the answer. But I have to say that there has been many initiatives on education, but we see that the situation today is not the one that we would like. So my first reaction or reflection is education to whom and on what? To whom? To children, to the students in the university, to the general population, by which means? Social media, general communication. I think that this education goes beyond what it is education, and there are, as you were mentioning, some kind of ethical concerns. Some aspects are related with our values, with the way that we want to live in the Western societies. So my ask would be to have a holistic approach on how this education should be. Because it's not the same, usually when we speak about education, we think that this happens in universities or school, but I think it's a matter beyond that.
So you're talking about messaging, about the young age, about the university students, about the curriculum, a general messaging that would imply to be more tolerant, to be more accepting, to be less normalizing of a kind of a discussion of bigotry, hatred, and anti-Semitism.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Donnell, given the previous history that we know in Europe in general, amongst other countries, here as well, do you fear that the waves of anti-Semitism can indeed return? You had already mentioned it a little bit in your first response, but can you please elaborate?
Oh, well, the situation present situation is quite different than it was before. Now we have a social media and worldwide spread anti-Semitism. Before we had it locally in places like Kielce or other small cities where just a band of anti-Semites got together and were killing the Jews. Now we have a worldwide phenomenon that I'm afraid of. And I do agree with you that has to do with much more than just anti-Semitism. It has to do something with establishing a worldwide caliphate. And as perilous as it sounds, when we confront the facts and logic, this is what is coming to us. Poland is in a relatively good situation because we don't have a large Muslim community here, but I'm pretty sure if they will establish caliphates in all the other countries, the time for Poland will also come. So I do agree with you on many aspects of the things, and I think that nothing will stop these people from doing what they set to do for their reasons that are not understandable by normal people.
Thank you. A little bit pessimistic, but
when you look the facts into the face, that's the conclusion you must come to.
So, in the meantime, we have an attitude of holistic education, a little bit more pessimistic approach given the ideals and the objectives rather, of the anti-Semites and anti-Israeli Muslims, perhaps. Rabbi Lazarus, can you please share with us what are your expectations of the leadership of the UK, the leadership, the European leaders in general, but particularly in the UK, vis-a-vis what is happening in terms of anti-Semitism?
So the message from the leaders has actually been quite positive. The Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, and indeed King Charles have all been very supportive of Israel publicly. However, this problem of anti-Semitism, the short answer in what should be done is, obviously, it's a civilized country. It needs to be eradicated like any other prejudice or racism. It needs to be treated like any other racism would be treated. There should be zero tolerance for it. I think the longer answer is that it needs to be faced head-on. And the only way of doing that, and I'm afraid it's not such a politically correct response, is to look at the source. And I'm not naive to think that there's not, of course, right-wing anti-Semitism as well, but it's not our priority at the moment. It's not as aggressively attacking us as left-wing and Islamist extremist anti-Semitism is. And therefore to cut it off at the source means to cut it off at the source of the preachers and the
You mean via legislation, or you mean via arrests? Or please be more actionable so that we really speak about the tools with which we can go out of this hall and take action.
I think the starting point is, let's just admit the truth as to where it's coming from.
Okay.
Only once you've actually accepted where it's coming from, the source, then you can address it. But until that's been done, and of course it means the police having to be more firm. It means the media having to be more real about this. And for goodness sake, the BBC still don't call Hamas terrorists, for goodness sake. It's just unbelievable.
Okay, so thank you for your input. Rabbi Jacobs, do you feel that there is enough awareness amidst the European leaders in general and in the Netherlands in particular, as per the input, the content and the instigation that there is vis-a-vis anti-Semitism and bigotry and hatred from the minority communities, albeit this is a little bit less politically correct to address?
Well, I believe that they understand what's going on. And I also believe that we have to look for tools how to fight. But not long ago, on the other side of my street, there was a Moroccan lady holding a little boy of about 6, 7, a Muslim boy. And the boy was screaming and shouting, crying. And she's telling to that little boy, this Moroccan lady, you don't have to be afraid for this rabbi. He won't do you anything. And the boy was brought to me, trembling away, scared like I don't know what. Why? Because at home, it was told to him that the rabbi, Jews want to take out your eyes to give us to children in Israel who can't see properly. We can make the most nice systems. We can be aware of everything you want. But as long as from child-wise on, in booklets, in speech, in stories, they make a hatred against anything that is Jewish in Israel, we can't solve the problem.
And Ricardo, What would you call on the Jewish leaders, the European Jewish leaders yourselves, to do? What is your role vis-a-vis European leaders, vis-a-vis the communities?
So I want to...
You promised us optimism, so I'm
Sure,
waiting.
I am optimist. I want to will be continually, but just if we understand what is the situation. It's very easy to convince that Hamas is terrorists when you see the situation. But it's very difficult to combat who support Hamas in a Western democracy. And I want to announce to you that last week I deposited in the tribunal with my lawyer an activity against one Italian professor in international school, University, Lewis University. His name is Alessandro Orsini. That is a man that is in a talk show that every day he uses words against the Jewish and against Israeli population, and not only Israel government. His word was that all the Israeli people are terrorists. Now we want to go to the tribunal, Italian tribunal, to convince the tribunal that this activity is like the Nazi activity, that it's very easy to find a sentence against of this, but it's not easy when they use the same word against of a Zionist, that Zionists are all of us. And we have to convince the public opinion that this problem is not only problem of the Jewish, because the Hamas and this Islamic ideology start with the Jewish, and the one to we will be conquest Europe, and we know that the next target are Christian population.
So
I think that if we convince this, it's more easy.
Allow me to perhaps just clarify. So what you're saying is basically the public opinion. We should address not only the curriculum, not only, as Rabbi Lazarus said, the sermons and the speeches. We should address the very public opinion via the media. In other words, you're speaking about a combined, united campaign, basically, that you feel the Jewish leaders and Jewish community leaders have a role to play in that.
Not only reaction, but proactive activity.
Proactive activity. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Noah and Bianca, please share with us what you expect of your leadership, your political leadership, to do in the universities. Tachlis, de facto, actionable.
So my experience is that I'm a PhD student, and at the universities we get different source of funding. So I think that the universities themselves should recognize certain type of funding as a no-go. And why I say that? Because at the universities in Europe, we do not struggle as much as the universities in the States at the moment, because we know that the universities that were, for example, Qatar funded, they exhibit much more anti-Semitism to the students. Like, there's much more anti-Semitism around than at the universities without such funding. So I think that the crucial step, as much as funding is important, and I know it as a researcher, we need to actually examine our funding sources. And the second step is to work towards maybe all universities' framework in the Netherlands that would be addressing issues of anti-Semitism. Because with this problem that we are facing, I have learned from deans and the director of my university, at least, that there is no such framework at the moment.
So you're talking about transparency of funding, making it a legal requirement for universities.
Yes, basically, it's very important, because once we know the funding, we know what will happen. We had examples of research that was not related to anything Jewish, but imagine like research that was proving that the cigarettes are healthy and alcohol doesn't harm you. So that's the example of funding I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
That we need to have transparency.
Noah?
Yes, so I believe that it's essential to adopt the ERA definition, not only in a symbolic point of view, but actually enforce it in the code of conduct in universities.
So you would expect the leadership of the UK in your university particularly to enforce the IRA definition de facto in the university campus?
Yes, exactly.
Correct?
In my university, they have approved the ERA definition since 2020, but I don't feel like it's been really enforced. I also believe universities should be a place where there should be a non-biased open dialogue of what's happening in the Middle East, because at the end of the day, it's not over there. It's affecting us here in Europe and all over the world. And I feel like we need to educate the future generation about what's going on in the world and making sure they have speakers from both sides with objective information about what's happening so they can then create their own point of view. It's the only way of ensuring young, educated people. And also, on a final note, I believe that it should be there should be an ethical code, a very strict ethical code, so that when these events take place in the universities, we ensure the safety and the respect among students and faculty members.
The question is also the enforcement of the ethical code. Many universities have an ethical code, for example, like Harvard, and yet certain presidents of that university have mentioned that it depends on the context of whether people call for the annihilation of Jews within it. And then it's a matter of enforcing that particular ethical code. So thank you very much. I'd like to ask you, Monsieur Joël Mergui, do you feel that religious leaders can have a role to play for people who are not biased, who are not incited, who are not hateful, and who can still be educated in a religious way to be tolerant? Is that at all a possibility, a potential in Europe and in France?
D'abord, à la suite de tout ce que je viens d'entendre, puisqu'on arrive à la fin de ce panel, ce qui est préoccupant, c'est de se rendre compte qu'on prend n'importe quel pays d'Europe ou du monde, parce que si on prenait des représentants des États-Unis, on serait dans le même état. Tout le monde constaterait qu'il y a de l'antisémitisme qui est remonté dans le monde entier, sous couvert d'antisionisme, de haine des Juifs, avec des montées des extrêmes, que ce soit l'extrême droite ou l'extrême gauche. La situation qui a été décrite par les universités, ça aurait pu être celle décrite par des universités en France, dans d'autres pays d'Europe, aux États-Unis. Donc je voudrais ici, devant cette noble assemblée, redire que là, il y a un panel, on aurait pu prendre n'importe quel représentant de n'importe quel pays du monde, on aurait à peu près les mêmes constatations, et c'est, je pense, ce qui est très inquiétant quand on est dans Never Again, dans Plus jamais ça. Concernant cette question essentielle du dialogue avec les religions, alors le dialogue avec les catholiques, avec les protestants, il a toujours existé. Je crois que ce n'est pas vraiment le problème aujourd'hui. Et au contraire, dans ce moment-là, les liens se sont encore plus resserrés. La problématique, c'est avec les musulmans. Effectivement, elle est claire. Moi, je suis originaire du Maroc. Je parle arabe. Et dans mes missions en tant que président du consistoire de Paris, j'ai eu comme alter ego des représentants du culte en France qui étaient originaires du Maroc très souvent et avec lesquels nous avons entretenu des relations très proches. Depuis le 7 octobre, je n'ai plus de relation avec eux. C'est très préoccupant parce que j'ai considéré, je l'ai dit de façon très publique, j'ai dit avant-hier au Sénat pour l'anniversaire de Kfir, j'ai dit, et je vais le répéter aujourd'hui, que je ne serrerai plus la main des personnes qui ne reconnaissent pas le Hamas comme une organisation terroriste. Je ne serrerai plus la main des personnes qui ne reconnaissent pas le Hamas comme une organisation terroriste. Ça va être difficile dans ma mission en France. Je l'ai déjà fait en mettant ma main derrière mon dos devant une personne qui a voulu me la serrer. Je voudrais qu'on ait le courage aujourd'hui, tous et toutes, juifs et non-juifs, de commencer à désigner du doigt ceux qui sont en train de laisser remonter dans le monde un nouveau fléau. Est-ce qu'on aurait serré la main en le sachant en 1938 ou en 1935 à ceux qui allaient devenir, ceux qui allaient éliminer une partie du peuple juif et qui allaient s'attaquer à l'ensemble de la planète? Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on sait que le Hamas, ce n'est que le bras armé d'un panislamisme qui est en train de vouloir s'attaquer à l'ensemble du monde. On sait qu'il y a beaucoup de musulmans avec lesquels nous avons envie de discuter, nous entretenons le dialogue. Ce ne sont souvent pas des représentants musulmans, ce sont souvent des individus, parce que les représentants ont peur de leurs troupes, si on peut dire, de leurs mosquées, et il y a très peu. Et ceux qui, en France, notamment je voudrais citer un nom, l'imam Chalgoumi, qui est très courageux, il est protégé de façon importante. Je voudrais redire ce que j'ai dit le lendemain du 7 octobre. Le lendemain du 7 octobre, on aurait pu penser que dans l'Europe, on aurait protégé les mosquées. Parce que c'est finalement des musulmans qui, en criant Allah Akbar, sont venus assassiner des juifs en Israël. Ce n'est pas les mosquées qu'on a protégées. Ce n'est pas les mosquées qu'on a protégées, ce sont les synagogues qu'on a protégées. C'est-à-dire qu'on savait d'avance que l'éthique juive n'a jamais été, et je le redis ici, n'a jamais été une éthique de violence, de vengeance ou de haine. À aucun moment, on n'aurait pu imaginer que des juifs allaient avoir envie de se venger en allant s'attaquer à des mosquées. Ça n'est jamais arrivé dans notre histoire et ça n'arrivera jamais. Il faut se le souvenir aujourd'hui dans le dialogue interreligieux. Ce qu'on a été obligé de protéger en Europe, ce sont les synagogues qu'on a protégées d'une haine décomplexée de musulmans qui, à la suite des massacres, auraient pu se dire finalement pourquoi pas moi. Alors aujourd'hui, oui, on doit discuter avec les musulmans, avec certains intellectuels, avec certaines personnalités. On doit essayer de continuer à les convaincre qu'ils doivent dénoncer le Hamas et que c'est leur intérêt de se montrer dans des démocraties européennes. Parce que peut-être que dans des pays arabes, c'est un peu plus compliqué. Mais nous avons le pouvoir, et vous avez le pouvoir, mesdames et messieurs, les députés, les élus, les représentants des différents pays, qui est en contact avec le monde musulman. Vous ne pouvez pas laisser des musulmans représentant les musulmans dans les différents pays d'Europe ne pas déclarer que le Hamas est une organisation terroriste. Ça voudrait dire qu'à côté d'eux, et en France c'est le cas, nous avons un mouvement d'extrême droite qui est mené par Jean-Luc Mélenchon, qui laisse entendre, qui n'a pas condamné aussi le Hamas comme une organisation terroriste. Donc ça veut dire qu'il pourrait y avoir en France ou dans des différents pays d'Europe des leaders politiques qui, en ne condamnant pas le Hamas, en ne disant pas que le Hamas a commis un acte terroriste, savent qu'ils ont un public qui va voter pour eux. Ça voudrait dire qu'une partie de nos populations en Europe sont non seulement antisémites, mais antisionistes. Alors on est devant une problématique majeure, et donc on se retrouve avec des leaders musulmans qui, voyant que des hommes politiques élus de démocratie ne condamnent pas le Hamas, se sentent eux aussi la possibilité de ne pas le faire. Alors je crois que c'est vous avez les questions dont on doit débattre aujourd'hui, c'est comment on essaie de convaincre le monde musulman qui vit dans des démocraties de se comporter comme des démocrates et de condamner, qu'ils aient de la compassion pour les enfants palestiniens, nous en avons tous, mais qu'ils aient aussi le courage de condamner le terrorisme et le Hamas de façon à ce qu'on puisse parler avec eux, et qu'ils aient le courage de reconnaître que l'enseignement de la haine qui est payé par l'Europe auprès des Palestiniens, que l'enseignement de la haine doit également cesser. On parlait de l'enseignement pas simplement dans nos universités, l'enseignement qui est dispensé à Gaza et dans les territoires palestiniens, c'est un enseignement, quand on regarde les livres, c'est un enseignement de la haine des Juifs, de la haine d'Israël, et ça, il faut que ça cesse.
Thank you so much for your very, very... Thank you, Monsieur Mergui, for your very significant words, and thank you for all of you. I'd just like to say that many Muslims throughout the world and in Europe are ashamed of the atrocities perpetrated by Hamas. particularly shameful and very difficult to speak about, because this is taboo in Islam, is the issue of the sexual harassment and sexual violations. And here we all have a role, vis-a-vis dialogue with Muslim communities, vis-a-vis decision-making in European circles. What the Hamas perpetrated is not Islam. It is a violation of humanity. It is gang rape. It is despicable. It is a crime against humanity. We as women, we as Jews, but also we as people have a role to play. And I salute you for standing up, each in their own community and circles. We do have what to do. And I'm looking into your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. And my last words are, please, don't go out of this room and continue to the next conference or dialogue and remain silent. Take upon yourself this fight against humanity, because it's against all of us. I am now very, very proud and very honored to call upon a highly respected supporter of the Jewish community in Madrid and in Israel, following the tragedy of the October 7th atrocities. She expressed moral clarity by saying, and this is an example which I salute, "It is no coincidence that the enemies of freedom and Western culture are the same ones who profess an irrational hatred against the Jewish people and the State of Israel." I am honored to call upon Ms. Isabel Diaz Ayuso, the President of Madrid.
Presidente del Estado de Israel, Dear President Reuven Rivlin, Presidente de la Asociación Judía Europea, Manchem Margolin, Presidente de Yad Vashem, Dani Dayan, Presidente de la Fundación Hispano-Judía, David Hachuel, miembros de las asociaciones judías europeas, supervivientes del Holocausto, autoridades, medios de comunicación. Es un honor tener la oportunidad de pronunciar unas palabras desde el Hotel Doubletree de la cadena Hilton en Cracovia, Polonia, invitada por la Asociación de Judíos Europeos, en la semana en la que el mundo recuerda el fin del Holocausto, en homenaje a los expulsados, despojados de todo lo que tenían, separados de sus familias y asesinados por los nazis durante la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Pero, además, el hecho de hablar hoy aquí, a las 24 horas de haber vuelto al campo de concentración y exterminio de Auschwitz, me emociona y carga de simbolismo mi intervención. Hace unos años conocí uno de los lugares que marcarán para siempre la historia mundial, donde el hombre perdió su condición como tal. La primera vez que visité Auschwitz-Birkenau era verano, era un día de clima cálido, como le ocurre a quien lo pisa, que no olvidaré nunca. Sin embargo, volver en pleno invierno a temperaturas negativas entre la nieve y el viento polar no puedo imaginar qué sufrieron aquellos débiles cuerpos, aquellas almas conducidas hasta la muerte en las peores condiciones posibles. ¿Cómo llegamos a aquello? Siempre he mantenido que la compasión por los episodios sucedidos, y más, puede calmar por unos minutos nuestra conciencia, pero no sirve de nada más. De nada sirve compadecerse de los judíos muertos mientras se desprecia a los vivos. De nada sirve estremecerse cuando vemos películas y documentales de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, mientras abonamos y compramos a la primera los argumentos e intenciones de aquellos que odian o tienen prejuicios contra el pueblo judío e Israel. Millones de personas fueron asesinadas en esos pocos pero largos años, junto a los judíos, gitanos, homosexuales o personas con alguna discapacidad. No sirve de nada compadecerse, solo actuar por sus derechos, por el respeto y contra la intolerancia y el totalitarismo. Como también es mucho más útil entender qué hizo a una sociedad dejarse arrastrar por el odio hasta mirar para otro lado, mientras millones de personas eran expulsadas de sus casas, encerradas en sus barrios, para después acabar siendo asesinadas en masa, como nunca antes se había hecho en la historia, a través de una gigantesca maquinaria que solo fue posible con la colaboración necesaria de muchos por sumisión, cobardía, cinismo, complicidad y falta de compasión. Por eso la indiferencia no sirve, ni tampoco mirar para otro lado. Estoy aquí en representación de la Comunidad de Madrid, la región capital de España, una de las regiones que ha adquirido más relevancia internacional de la que todos hablan. Nuestro estilo de vida es diferente, es abierto, integrador, popular. En Madrid, el 45% de las personas que viven allí no han nacido en Madrid. Es un verdadero cruce de caminos donde no importa de dónde se viene, ni qué Dios, ni cuánto dinero se tiene, porque se es importante por lo que se da y más importante es por lo que se da que por lo que se tiene, porque la verdadera riqueza está en el espíritu y en nuestras obras. Importa qué se quiere hacer sin perder la personalidad ni la ambición por los proyectos personales que, como tal, le pertenecen a uno mismo, con respeto y ganas. Mi Gobierno defiende por encima de todo la libertad, la vida y la verdad. Somos, junto a Tel Aviv, la capital del orgullo gay. Somos vanguardia y tradición, la casa de todos, por supuesto, también la de los judíos y el pueblo de Israel. Conscientes de nuestro legado hemos actuado. Por un lado, reintroduciendo la historia de Sefarad entre los estudiantes madrileños para que conozcan por qué y de dónde provienen tantos apellidos, expresiones y palabras que forman parte de su acervo cultural. Además de nuestras declaraciones institucionales en incontables discursos y eventos, hemos promovido diferentes iniciativas legislativas, tanto en el Parlamento regional como nacional, en contra del antisemitismo y de los movimientos de boicot y desinversión contra Israel. Uno de nuestros nuevos proyectos es la creación del primer museo de Madrid centrado en el legado hispano-judío y su papel y su influencia política y cultural en el mundo. Quiero agradecer al Museo Polín de Varsovia el trato que nos dispensaron el pasado sábado, así como los consejos y experiencia que nos regalaron, tan importantes para nuestra nueva aventura. Los atentados de octubre, cometidos por Hamás, no nos dejaron indiferentes. Muchos no somos capaces de olvidar aquellas escenas contra mujeres, jóvenes que disfrutaban de un festival de música, de niños y mayores desaparecidos o personas grabadas mientras eran secuestradas. Se trata del mayor ataque contra el pueblo judío desde la Shoah. Y lamento que tantos sean incapaces de comprender el golpe moral y anímico que han supuesto estos atentados en casa, después de una historia de diáspora, expulsiones y persecuciones, de muerte hasta el exterminio. Visitar Auschwitz siempre es estremecedor. Hacerlo en esta coyuntura lo es mucho más. Es Hamás, y no Israel, la que busca exterminar a un pueblo entero. Y es Hamás quien busca el exterminio del pueblo judío y el principal enemigo de los palestinos, a los que tiene por rehenes en la pobreza y el aislamiento mientras los utiliza de escudos humanos. El trato que se le está dando a Israel y al pueblo judío es inaceptable y una verdadera injusticia. Y tengo la obligación de condenar que tantos promuevan el antisemitismo desde su influencia política y mediática en distintos gobiernos por todo el mundo, muchos de los cuales tendrán arrebatos de dignidad al acabar esa película o documental sobre el Holocausto. El antisemitismo sigue vivo, como el germen del odio al desconocido o a las minorías. Pero Israel y el pueblo judío deben saber que no están solos, ni los que viven en Polonia, ni por el mundo entero. No estáis solos. Muchos, millones, somos conscientes de que vuestra historia comparte raíces con la nuestra, con las democracias liberales, en numerosos países por todo el planeta. Israel es ya hoy el país donde vive más de la mitad de los judíos del mundo, que lucha por todos, por el mundo libre. Y sigo sin entender de qué otra manera otros pretenden que pueda defenderse de sus atacantes que viven mañana, tarde y noche para destruirlo, es decir, para destruirnos a todos. Se trata de 9 millones de ciudadanos libres amenazados de muerte por miles de millones que no lo son. Decía el escritor español Félix de Azúa este pasado viernes en una columna que mientras unos luchan por su supervivencia, otros no luchan en absoluto por su libertad. Las democracias liberales deben ser defendidas por las demás y por eso os digo, ánimo. Quiero agradecer al presidente Isaac Herzog, que hace unos meses me abría las puertas de su país. Hoy aquí quiero decirle que nunca lo olvidaré y que su mano estrechada, como la piedra que deposité en el Museo de la Shoah, gracias querido Dani, vivirán conmigo, y que defenderé el derecho a vivir en libertad por parte de la única democracia libre de Oriente Próximo. Y a ella le reconozco la fuerza de la normalidad. Me impresiona la fortaleza con la que de niños a mayores, pasando por estudiantes, la población en Israel se levanta cada día para plantar cara a los totalitarios, siguiendo con sus proyectos vitales adelante. No hacerlo sería la verdadera victoria para todos aquellos que de una u otra manera nos quieren callados, acobardados, acomplejados, impedidos, cerrados. Este es el triunfo del mundo libre sobre el nazismo, el comunismo, el terrorismo y todas las fuerzas de totalitarismo que nos amenazan. Queridos amigos, el pequeño Kfir Vivas, el rehén más joven secuestrado por Hamás en octubre, sigue desaparecido junto a su familia. El pasado viernes cumplió un año. Querido Kfir, que Dios te cuide, que nosotros lo haremos con el corazón donde en tantos habitas. Esta semana recordamos a los judíos muertos con el mayor aprecio por los vivos como propósito vital. Que aquello que sucedió no tan lejos, no hace tanto, nunca más vuelva a repetirse. So that what happened not too far away, not so long ago, never happens again. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Josh Harrington. I am a journalist and activist. I am a grandson of a Holocaust survivor. My grandmother was in Auschwitz. If I would have lived then, I would have been killed for two reasons. One, for being Jewish. The other reason, for being disabled. I happen to be on the autistic spectrum. Thousands and thousands of people were killed for being disabled. It is my dream to make a remembrance for those people that were killed for being disabled. People were killed for being different. It is our duty to remember those that were different. Those that were only killed because they were different, because they were not like anyone else. I ask all leaders here, all people here, together help me make that dream, to remember the people killed for being different. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Alexander Benjamin. I'm the EGA Vice Chairman for Advocacy, and I'm going to be moderating the next panel before lunch and the one immediately afterwards. So you're stuck with me for a little while, I'm afraid. Today is a day for blunt speaking, because there's no point in talking how beautiful the sky is when your house is on fire. Speaking of houses, I grew up in one that was deeply traumatized by the Holocaust. My weekends were spent with my grandparents Sydney and Rennie in North London. They never had anything German in the house, and they refused to buy German cars, which always confused me because sometimes my grandfather would say things in Yiddish, and I was sure he was speaking German. I was 8 when they first showed me a book on the Holocaust, and I wanted to look away. I couldn't understand why they were showing it to me. And their faces would change. Gone were the happy, loving expressions. I would look up at them and I would see sadness, and very unusually for them, anger. On Shabbat in the afternoons, after Granddad had been to Belsize Park Synagogue, we'd often go to the Ettingers, who lived up in Swish Cottage. And I remember Alf and Sadie Ettinger having number tattoos on their arms. They'd been to one of the places that I'd seen in the book. As a teenager, my father regularly gave me books on the Holocaust. Never forget, he'd say, they'll always hate us. I can tell you, as a London teenager with friends from every walk of life, I thought my dad was wrong and that it could never happen again, and I resented it. I called it foie gras, in that it was sort of rammed down my throat. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great quote by Mark Twain. He said, "When I was young, I could hardly stand the sight of my old man, but now that I'm older, I can't believe how much he's changed." Here we are. I'm 50, my grandparents are gone. My father still says, "Be careful." And I no longer resent the books or the talks. Whilst I have no difficulty with German people and German cars, and even had a German girlfriend at one stage, the warnings, the worry, the anger now belong to me. My daughter's 7. Last week there was a Jewish event at a restaurant over the road from our flat. The police were outside, security at the door. She asked me what was going on. I said, "It's a Jewish event." She kind of understood. Then she said to me, "Why are they so jealous of us, Daddy?" I didn't know what to reply. But I now know the time is coming when I have to show her the books, and I have to explain. And her innocence, her joy of being Jewish, will be coupled with something much, much heavier. And I've got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, in Europe today, I think we're like those teenagers that I used to be. What are these old people talking about the Holocaust? It's not relevant anymore. We're multicultural. We live in the modern world. These things can never happen again. These Jews constantly ramming the Holocaust down our throats like foie gras. But the warning signs are everywhere, ladies and gentlemen, and the work of people, like our next speaker, have never been more important. Because whilst I'm not happy that it's my duty to show my daughter old, horrible black and white pictures and films, I'm terrified that she may have to show her own children and grandchildren new books and film in color. As chairman of Yad Vashem, our next speaker, Ambassador Danny Dayan, carries an enormous weight of responsibility on his shoulders to transmit the warning from history to millions, to ensure it stays relevant, to engage, to never forget, and he does so magnificently. Without further ado, it is my great honor to invite Mr. Dayan to the stage to address the symposium. Mr. Dayan.
Holocaust survivors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with a piece of advice. When in Krakow, you should visit the Under the Eagle pharmacy in the ghetto square. Just a short ride from the hotel. I did it yesterday once more. To perhaps less famous than the Oskar Schindler Enamel Factory, it is no less significant. Tadeusz Pankiewicz, a Catholic Pole, was the owner of the pharmacy in the Krakow ghetto. In March 1943, he was witness to the infamous liquidation of the ghetto. Despite the danger to his own life, Pankiewicz, who subsequently was recognized by Yad Vashem as a Hasid Umot HaOlam, a righteous among the nations, used his pharmacy to take an active role in helping and saving Jews. This is how Pankiewicz described what he saw in that infamous day of the liquidation of the ghetto. The ghetto echoed with shots. The dead and wounded fell. Blood marked the German crimes in the streets. There were more and more people in the square. People weakened by heat and thirst fainted and fell. A deathly silence fell over the deserted streets and desolate houses of the ghetto. Every street, every entrance exuded emptiness. In his testimony, goodness, the goodness of a righteous among the nations, depicts evil, absolute evil, the Nazis. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a deep yawning abyss separates good from evil. But every person decides which side of that abyss she or he is on. It doesn't descend from heaven. It is a matter of choice, human choice, individual choice, which side each of us is. Wisława Szymborska, another Krakowian, eventually awarded the Nobel in Literature, addressed the choices people make in her iconic poem, Hands. 27 bones, 35 muscles, about 2,000 nerve cells in each fingertip of our 5 fingers. That's enough to write Mein Kampf or Winnie the Pooh. Each individual can decide to use his or her hands for good or for evil, to write Mein Kampf or Winnie the Pooh, to save an innocent person's life or to pull the trigger to terminate it. This week, we will observe International Holocaust Remembrance Day, commemorating 79 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, which became a symbol of the depths of evil that humanity reached during the Holocaust. During that dark time, Nazi Germany, driven by an anti-Semitic and racist ideology, sought to annihilate the Jews and Judaism as a nation, as a religion, as a culture, as a civilization. They sought to murder every Jew, men, women, and children, and to eradicate everything Jewish. Millions of Jews, many of whom consider Europe their home, fell victim to a brutal and systematic genocide. Tomorrow, when you visit Auschwitz-Birkenau and see the few shallow stairs that led the Jewish victims down into the gas chambers, into an assembly line of murder, I call upon you to consider the horribly ironic contrast between the short physical descent, just a few stairs, and the extreme depths of evil to which it led. Just a few steps that lead to the lowest place humanity has ever reached. My friends, today I stand before you as Szymborska's question about the choices people make resonate with increased urgency. We must ask, is the pledge never again mere lip service or a genuine commitment? This query holds heightened significance now as a resurgent and a malevolent form of anti-Semitism once again rears its ugly head around the world. Like a mutating virus, it adopts different forms and expressions. Currently, it is manifesting itself mainly under deceptive guise of anti-Zionism, but joining forces and synergizing in paradoxical horseshoe fashion with older types of Jew hatred. Extreme right and extreme left join forces to attack the Jew. Indeed, such outbursts of anti-Semitism are hardly new. But now they represent a ferocious contemporary expression of the persistently insidious hatred against Jews that has plagued human civilization, Western civilization, for centuries, for millennia actually, making anti-Semitism by far, the most lethal, the most deadly form of racism ever known to mankind. This malevolence has now soared into a global epidemic spanning continents. Examples range from an airport in Dagestan in the Russian Federation, where anti-Semites actively hunted Jews to try to kill them, to one of the most iconic modern cultural landmarks of the world, the Sydney Opera House, where a mob recently gathered, chanting shamelessly, "Gas the Jews," to applause from bystanders. In Rome, Italy, vandals defaced the iconic Pietri d'Inciampo Holocaust memorial stones. And in Paris, France, dozens of Stars of David were daubed in buildings around the city and its suburbs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is this the future of remembrance? I recently visited several prestigious universities in the East Coast of the United States. I met there with university leaders, presidents, and provosts, including then-President Liz McGill from the University of Pennsylvania, one of the stars of that infamous hearing in Congress. The long-standing issue of anti-Semitism that we have seen on campuses for years erupted vociferously in the wake of the genocidal massacre perpetrated by Hamas in October 7th. It is evident that much of this is underpinned by a pseudo-intellectual facade that for years has propagated distortions that demonize the Jewish state, essentially providing justification for the idea that Israel has no right to exist, that Jews are not entitled to an independent, sovereign country. Let me repeat this point. In prestigious universities around the world, a pseudo-academic, pseudo-intellectual, pseudo-scientific theory is being constructed piece by piece, article by article, book by book, that not only justifies, but actually advocates the elimination of the Jewish state. This applies no less to the Free University of Berlin and King's College in London than to Harvard and the University of Pennsylvania. And if you think that academy is immune to bigotry, remember the University of Heidelberg. It was no less prestigious than Harvard and Oxford. Nevertheless, it gave Adolf Hitler the pseudo-scientific base for his racial theories. When world leaders and dignitaries come to Yad Vashem and utter the words "never again," I find myself always questioning their sincerity. I admit. Do they really mean never again? Or it is merely a shallow cliché voiced at the right time and at the right place, but devoid of any real meaning? I developed a litmus test to gauge their sincerity. If a leader's government or institution that he or she leads has an implementable plan to combat anti-Semitism, an implementable and implemented plan to combat anti-Semitism, then their proclamation of never again in Yad Vashem expresses deep commitment. But if they lack such a plan, then their visit and declaration in Yad Vashem may be merely an hypocritical gesture. And by action plan, my friends, I refer to one that combats not only conventional neo-Nazi manifestation of anti-Semitism, but that addresses all forms of anti-Semitism, including those that advocate the annihilation of the Jewish state, whether voiced in the hall of government in Tehran or in the lawn in Columbia University or in Trafalgar Square. Are we once again treading the path towards depths of hatred, anti-Semitism, and racism? What will the human hand inscribed in the future about the Jews? What will it inscribe about the world's attitude towards the Jews? Back to Tadeusz Pankiewicz. I quote, "During the destruction of the Krakow ghetto, entire families, often numbering dozens of people, perished there. Some of them had been in Krakow for hundreds of years, their names permanently inscribed on the earliest records of ancient Krakow. Their traditions died with them. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the hand that wrote Mein Kampf and the hands that wielded the guns and murdered the Jews that live here also sought to erase their identities. During the Holocaust, during the Shoah, the anti-Semitic and racist ideology wrought havoc and destruction not only to the Jews, but to an entire world. And let me be clear in this point. Today, we Jews refuse to serve again as the canary in the coal mine that alerts humanity to the menace of bigotry and extremism, but perishes in the meantime. It is our duty to ensure that our hands, now inscribing a new chapter in history, do so morally and out of a human choice of good. My friends, this is our shared ethical responsibility. This is your ethical responsibility to the victims of the Holocaust, to the Jews worldwide, including and probably even more so in Europe, but no less to yourselves and to your societies. Unless I forget, bring them home. Bring Yad Vashem historian Alex Danzig home from Hamas captivity. Bring one-year-old Kfir Bibas home from his captivity. Bring all our hostages home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Before we start our next panel, I'd also like to invite His Excellency Miguel Angel Moratinos, United Nations Under-Secretary General and High Representative of United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, to share some of the challenges and opportunities that come with the weight of his office. Mr. Moratinos, please.
I will speak English even in front of my dear president of Comunidad de Madrid, Spanish, and I know that there's translation into Spanish, but beautiful language. But we are in Poland, and we have this fantastic, audience. So I think for better understanding, I will use the language of Shakespeare. Let me start by expressing my thanks to be here. It's a real privilege to be invited to be representing Secretary General Antonio Guterres, that asked me to represent him in this important gathering that every year, the European Jewish Association, and I salute our friend from Greece, Giorgio Papadakis, for the invitees and having me here with all of you. I have also to thank my dear friend, Danny Dayan. He just took the floor. We've been working together for many decades, and yes, and he knows how much both of us were striving and fighting from bringing peace and solidarity in this part of the world, the Middle East. And of course, my dear friend, the President of Israel, we met in different occasions, in different status, and I'm honored and privileged to share with you my thinking and my thought today. Yes, we are gathering here today as an annual meeting of the European Jewish Association as a delegation to Auschwitz. We are commemorating this International Remembrance Day that I have to say, when I was Foreign Minister of Spain, I discovered when I was in my first years of being as an important mission in the government of Spain that unfortunately Spain have not included in this calendar this important day. So I have modestly contributed that since 2006, Spain, every 27th of January, have this Remembrance Day of Holocaust. In few days, in New York, we are going to celebrate and commemorate also this important Remembrance Day of Holocaust. It's been approved and consensually, adopted by the whole UN system. And every 27th of January, we gather in the General Assembly to, remember these atrocities and the weight of the victim and still the survivor. This year, the logo that has been adopted by the UN headquarters is to really recognizing the courage of the victim and the survivors. And they have selected this time, if you are in New York next week, you could really visit a very impressive exhibition in the headquarters of UN. You enter in the main hall, and you'll find a very impressive, exhibition that recall the life and the suffering and the contribution of two young Jewish ladies, Dorit Vesarova and Fidel Dickers. Two young ladies that were confronted in their life. They were arrested, they were sent to the camp of Terezin, and then they were deported to Auschwitz and they were murdered. But these ladies, young girls, give, the capacity to create art and to express their feelings and emotion in this dehumanized world that have been through them in some painting, some draws. So in the exhibition, you can see the contribution of these two victims that I think honor them as a proof of what has the atrocity of this Holocaust. So nobody can ignore, nobody can deny the horror and the heinous development, atrocities that led to this final stage of Holocaust. You have been listening to Israel's representatives recalling us what means the Holocaust, what means Auschwitz today. And that's the reason that I think last 2 years ago, the UN adopted unanimously by consensus, and I want to underline that, this General Assembly Resolution 70- that really condemned the denial of Holocaust. And not only they are condemning the denial of the Holocaust, but of course, they want to really to demonstrate that altogether we have this denial is a proof of anti-Semitism. Today we are in Krakow, and I welcome the way the organizers have prepared us to be with all of you. We are in Poland. We are confronted to the new reality. And unfortunately, as most of the speakers have speak out today, we have to refer to the heinous and horrible and horrific attack of Hamas on the 7th of October. I immediately, as High Representative of the United Nations on Civilization, the same man, I condemn strongly this attack. And as in the same time, I ask for immediate release and freedom of these Israeli hostages. I think we have to combat, we have to ask unconditionally the release and freedom of these hostages. And so for that, we have to really concentrate today how, unfortunately, this rise of anti-Semitism have taken a new impulse, a tremendous impulse. I mean, we listen from the French representative, from the Spanish, from Madrid, for all capitals of Europe, of the world, and United States. I'm living in New York. I can tell you that you can feel that, how the anti-Semitism has been taking a spiral of increase in all the feeling, atmosphere that we are living through. So this is a reality. We cannot hide our eyes. We have to fight this new wave of anti-Semitism that we thought they were not coming, that we were trying to accommodate, that we were trying to eliminate, that we come to mitigate. Then suddenly we are back to the old days where this anti-Semitism is taking place. So I think we have not to be tempted to enter in this course of action, of hate. Hate, this word. Hate is what produced this development. Acrimony, bigotry, discrimination, racism. That's what creates this kind of controversy and gives, the sense of lack of humanity in our behavior, in our conduct, in our way to live. So that's what we have to really. So there are also, of course, on the Muslim hatred, the Islamophobia. I will not come to that today because we are here now today to talk about how to fight and how to eliminate and how to eradicate anti-Semitism. That is our task today, and that's what we are trying to implement. So, my friends, when we listen and we saw in our logo today, never again, and I'm joined what my friend Danny Dayan said about these, let's say, encapsulated formulas or encapsulated messages, like kind to pay lip service, like we are, accommodating or say, never again, never again. I want to recall to all of you that this never again call, this never again cry that happened in the 1940s was the reason, and I say very bluntly, very clear, was the reason to establish for the father founders of the UN system, the UN family. UN was built on this cry, never again, because this leadership, political leadership at that time was really trying to abort and to eliminate any possibility to witness such atrocity like it happened during the Holocaust and the Shoah. So this never again is part of the foundation, is part of the sense, is part of the value, is part of objective of UN. So I know that there are many controversy about the UN, but I can tell you they will not understand the UN without understanding the cry of the people, of the survivor and the societies to say never again. So when we talk about UN, you have to remember why UN was created, why it was established, and how it developed. It is true that since the 1945 in the San Francisco Charter, it was part of the agenda, but it was included in a much more larger concept of fighting against racism. If you go to the text, to the General Assembly resolution, Security Council resolution, or any kind of, let's say, UN document, anti-Semitism only appeared in the last decades of the 20th century in certain General Assembly resolutions. It's not only coming more strongly as one of the main objectives of the UN to fight till the last decade. And we have to really express, as a member of the UN myself today, that sometimes people don't understand what the UN is doing in order to fight anti-Semitism. And we have to really enhance the role and work of UNESCO. UNESCO have a fantastic program of education in order to fight anti-Semitism. The Global Departmental Communication Department have a very outreach program in order for the remembrance of Holocaust. The prevention of genocide is working on that. And then, of course, there have to be the Human Rights Council, very controversial. I know about what you can think about, but I can really assure you that the United Nations is trying to work in a much better, efficient manner in order to fight anti-Semitism. That was the reason when I was appointed by Secretary General at focal point of the UN system to fight anti-Semitism, my immediate response was, how can we be more efficient? How can we make the UN system much more engaged in the fight against anti-Semitism? How can we really protect anti-Semitism to spread all around the world? Because I really want to share with you that the anti-Semitism is not a European concern. Anti-Semitism is not an American concern. Anti-Semitism is a global concern. Look today what is going on in the world, what we call the Global South. In one of the statements or expression of attitude of the so-called Global South, there is anti-Semitic attitude. It's not only in Europe, it's not only in the United States. If you go to South Africa, you go to India, you go to Asia, or you go to Latin America, you can find this attitude against anti-Semitism. So for that reason, it's a global threat. It's a global, engagement that all the international community have to take in order to address this issue. And for that reason, I decided to present and to start to work for the UN plan in order to really fight anti-Semitism. We are working hard for that. We are trying to make our life, our engagement better. We are coordinating with our UN entity in order to have intramuros within the UN system a better response to anti-Semitism. And of course, we are going to continue to defend with you the way in order that this anti-Semitism will disappear. We have to be modest. And certain stuff, we have to make some self-criticism ourselves. Because, as you said, many of the intervenants have already mentioned in their speeches. Is working the way the strategy we have chosen has produced the result we were looking for? How we are going to tackle the next step after what happened in the 7th of October? How we are going to really decrease this tendency? What is the best manner to succeed? That question have to be put to ourselves. Because Well, okay, we can increase the education. Of course, we can really denounce the action. We can monitor, the extremists. But at the end of the day, if the results show us that there is, as the graphic you showed to us today, went to 150% increase in UK, or other 50, 80% in other capital of Europe, it shows that something is not going right. So let's discuss among ourselves how to be more efficient within the UN system, but above the UN system, and then working all together to accept and to fight this important task that we all have, of fighting anti-Semitism. For me, today be here in Krakow, and tomorrow to go to Auschwitz, Birkenau, it's a special moving experience. Why? Because I was told I have the honor and privilege to be a Spanish ambassador to Israel. So when I went to Israel, of course, I went to Yad Vashem. Of course, I met my friends and interlocutors from Israel and Jewish community. Of course, I was present in the renovation, inauguration of the new Yad Vashem. I was, I think, the only European foreign minister attended this ceremony. I've been told by survivors what was the suffering. I know the history. I had been watching images, having, the feeling of the suffering of all these people. But I'm sure that when tomorrow I will go and be in this silence, internal sense of what the human beings have produced, how human beings have dehumanized themselves, I think, as President of Madrid said this morning, it's something that will mark yourself. It's something that you cannot never forget. So, my dear Danny, it's not a lip service for me and for the UN to fight anti-Semitism. Is a great and absolutely commitment. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move swiftly on with our panel. Thank you, Mr. Moratinos. It's now my great pleasure to invite onto the stage with me His Excellency Stefan Löfven, the former Prime Minister of Sweden and President of the Party of European Socialists, Mr. Roman Kwiatkowski, Chairman of a Roma Association in Poland, and member of the International Auschwitz Council, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Milo Đukanović, the former president of Montenegro. Please join me on stage. What a horrific mistake on my part. Of course, the former president of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor. My apologies, sir. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to move straight into it. Mr. Löfven, under your tenure in Sweden, your government took a number of initiatives forward to preserve Holocaust memory and safeguard Jewish life. Can you briefly talk us through those?
Yes, first though, let me thank the European Jewish Association for inviting, for hosting this very important event. I also would like to thank the 10th President of Israel, Mr. Rivlin, His Excellency, for the initiative. I think this is extremely important. I've been engaged in this issue since, I guess, since you heard in school, read in school, saw the films from the Second World War and what Jews was exposed to. And it goes very deep into me. Also why the horrific attack on October 7th also goes very deep. And I can say that the political family that I'm sharing unanimously condemned that attack because it once again reminds us of these terrible things. Now, one of the survivors had been looking for me when I was Prime Minister a few years ago, and my staff told me that Max Safir, one of the survivors, wanted to talk to you. I remember I called him on a Saturday evening. I was at home, and we said, hey, hello, and everything's fine and all that. And then he went straight to it, just as you did. And he said, why do we in Sweden not have a Holocaust museum, a center for remembrance? And I said, I can't answer that. There is no good answer for that, but let us change that situation. So in 2022, in June, we inaugurated a new museum because the remembrance is so important. As we said, never again. One way of preventing this from happening again is to remember, remember, remember. It is our duty collectively to have that historic memory. So that was one of the things that we did, and I was very, very glad. Unfortunately, Mr. Safir himself passed away before the museum, but he knew it was on his way. So that was very good. We also convened the Malmö Forum. As many may know, in Malmö we'd had, in very south of Sweden, problems with anti-Semitism. And we wanted to show that this is not a city where anti-Semitism rules. We have a problem, yes. But the local community, the city, wanted to host this Malmö Forum. At Malmö Forum, we hosted more than 40 nations, international organizations, NGOs, and we ended up with, because we said to everybody, we invite you, please come, but not only with fine speeches. We want you to make pledges. What can you promise that you will do? And we ended up actually, so 60 different delegations came up with 150 pledges on what to do when it comes to education, training, of course, research, remembrance, and all these important different fields. So those are two other examples that we work with, and I still hope that they will also give results even in the future.
Just want to say that 150 points are extremely impressive, but we have 613 mitzvot, so no, I'm kidding. It's extremely impressive. So let me ask a slightly trickier question. Given the work that you've done, and given the work that the groundwork that you've put in, Sweden has suffered from rising anti-Semitism, and of course anti-Zionism as well. What can be done? And if you were to give advice to the current Swedish government to ensure that your work stood the test of time, what would you be telling them today?
Yeah, to keep on doing more, and they are doing more, actually. They also have taken other initiatives to strengthen this work. I think, as I said, remembrance is one key issue, and with that you can do a lot of different activities to make sure. We're funding, for example, the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation. We're supporting that because that is one way of doing it. Funding also young students going from Sweden to Auschwitz I met two of them actually when I was there with one of the survivors, and it's no question they are affected after having visited Auschwitz. So remembrance, research, because we need citizens to be more active against anti-Semitism. And that, I think, takes some research, because once again, we ask ourselves, how can it even happen? How can we even see the development of anti-Semitism when we know what it led to? But obviously, we still have the problem in the society. And let me just finish by saying that there was, rightly so, a discussion about the anti-Semitism in Sweden as well. But I would like to underline that in international surveys, the anti-Semitism in Sweden is quite small, is relatively small. So there is a small group, yes, but still it's a problem. We have people coming from other countries in the Middle East growing up with hatred against Israel as a country. And we can never allow that. And that is why Hamas is regarded as a terrorist organization. It needs to be that. There's no confusion about that. But there's also no confusion that we as politicians, I think, and as leaders, also need to address difficult political issues. And in doing so, we can also criticize and debate with Israeli politicians. But that's a totally different thing, but we have no problem in separating those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Löfven. I'm going to move to Roman Kwiatkowski, I beg your pardon, chairman of the Roma Association in Poland and member of the International Auschwitz Council. I have to say, I spend a lot of time in this part of Europe, and the way the Roma are spoken about reminds me of how Jews used to be spoken about in this part of Europe. Can you share some of your work in breaking down stereotypes and overcoming hate speech?
Niewątpliwie te zjawiska są bardzo podobne. No, odnosząc się bezpośrednio do dzisiejszego sympozjum, to chciałbym powiedzieć, że walka z antysemityzmem jest naszą wspólną sprawą. Antysemityzm wykracza poza nienawiść wobec Żydów i staje się wzorem dla nienawiści i prześladowań innych grup, w tym społeczności Romów, z którą reprezentuję. Antysemityzm to rak, który atakuje i degraduje zdrową tkankę życia społecznego. Szanowni Państwo,
both fight against anti-Semitism and against anti-Gypsyism form a very important part of the activities of our association. We believe that this is our joint effort, joint problem to fight anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism, because anti-Semitism goes beyond the hatred towards the Jews. Actually, the anti-Semitic attitudes are extremely dangerous also for the community which I represent, the Roma community. Anti-Semitism is a cancer which attacks the healthy tissue of social life and degenerates it.
Szanowni Państwo, zarówno antysemityzm, jak i zjawiska, które coraz częściej nazywamy antycyganizmem lub romofobią, mają przynajmniej od XIX wieku wspólne rasistowskie korzenie. W XX wieku rasizm przybrał formę zbrodniczą. W komorach gazowych obozu KL Auschwitz-Birkenau obok Żydów umierali także Romowie europejscy.
Both anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism have some common roots. Namely, at least from the 19th century, they are rooted in racism. And in the 20th century, this racism took the form of murderers' initiative. In Auschwitz, the victims of the gas chambers were also the Roma people.
Szanowni Państwo, badania porównawcze nad antysemityzmem i antycyganizmem w Polsce przeprowadzone przez nasze Stowarzyszenie Romów w Polsce 2007-2018 wykazały szereg podobieństw między tymi zjawiskami, zarówno w przypadku antysemityzmu, jak i antycyganizmu. Mamy tu do czynienia ze znaczącym wzrostem natężenia mowy nienawiści, tak jak w internecie, jak i poza nim.
The research conducted by our association, comparative research on anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism in Poland, which we conducted in 2017 and 2018, indicated several similarities between the anti-Jewish and anti-Roma attitudes. For example, we've noted a rapid increase of the hate speech and directed against Jews and against Roma, both online and offline.
W obu tych przypadkach mamy do czynienia z daleko posuniętą tolerancją ze strony władz wobec przekonań i działań skierowanych przeciwko Żydom i Romom.
In both cases, we are dealing with the far-reaching tolerance of authorities towards the activities directed against Jews and Roma.
Tak zwany nowy antysemityzm skierowany przeciwko państwu Izrael, traktując Żydów jako mniejszość niezasłużenie domagająca się przywilejów, znajduje odpowiednik w oskarżeniu Romów o niesłuszne przywileje w zakresie polityki społecznej.
The so-called new anti-Semitism, which is directed against the state of Israel and accusing Jews of demanding the undeserved privileges, finds its counterpart in the common accusations that Roma are demanding undeserved privileges in the field of social policy.
Nasze badania i praktyczne doświadczenia naszej organizacji pozwalają na sformułowanie następujących rekomendacji odnośnie walki z antysemityzmem i antycyganizmem.
Our research and the practical activities of our organization help us to formulate the following suggestions regarding the fight against anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism.
Po pierwsze, rekomendujemy wreszcie wywarcie presji społecznej na rządy, instytucje prawne, w szczególności na sądy, prokuratury, aby zapewnić skuteczniejszą realizację istniejących regulacji prawnych dotyczących antysemityzmu i antycyganizmu.
First, we recommend to insert real pressure on the governments and institutions of legal institutions, especially courts and the prosecutors' offices, in order to implement effectively the existing legal regulations against hate speech against anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism.
Po drugie, zalecamy skuteczniejszy monitoring mediów, zarówno elektronicznych, jak i klasycznych, w celu usprawnienia walki z mową nienawiści. Wymaga to lepszej koordynacji i wymiany informacji pomiędzy podmiotami pozarządowymi a administratorami głównych portali internetowych, aby zwiększyć wrażliwość portali na antysemicką i antyromską mowę nienawiści.
We recommend a more efficient control of the media, both electronic and classical, in order to improve the results of the fight against the hate speech. What requires a better coordination and exchange of information between different agencies, administration of internet portals, to increase the sensitivity of the administrators to the anti-Semitic and anti-Roma hate speech.
Po trzecie, sugerujemy współpracę i wymianę najlepszych praktyk pomiędzy władzami lokalnymi, które często okazują się być najskuteczniejsze w zwalczaniu przejaw antysemityzmu i antycyganizmu.
We would recommend a better collaboration between local authorities, which often are the most efficient in fighting anti-Semitism and anti-Gypsyism.
Zalecamy rewizję programów pomocowych skierowanych szczególnie do społeczności romskich, ponieważ stygmatyzują one Romów i zwiększają wrogość wobec nich. Mniej kontrowersyjnie byłoby wdrożenie programów socjalnych nieopartych na przynależność etnicznej, z których Romowie mogliby korzystać jako równi obywatele.
We would advise a revision of the special social programs directed at the Roma community, which intend to help the Roma, but as a matter of fact, they stigmatize Roma and they contribute to the image of the Roma as receiving undeserved privileges. We believe that it would be much better if Roma would be simply addressed a regular social help as any regular citizens of the country.
Zalecamy intensyfikację działań edukacyjnych mających na celu przekazywanie informacji o Żydach i o Romach i Holokauście w różnym grupom społeczeństwa.
And finally, we advise the intensification of the educational activities to spread the knowledge about the Roma communities and Jewish communities in various social strata.
Okay.
Szanowni Państwo, należę do pokolenia kolejnego po Holokauście, które straciło swoich bliskich. Większość mojej rodziny zginęła w Auschwitz-Birkenau.
I belong to the generation of the descendants of survivors, but a big part of my family actually perished in Auschwitz.
Zarazem jestem świadkiem pogromu, który wydarzył się w 1981 roku w Oświęcimiu.
And I am also the witness and the victim, we may add, of a pogrom which was directed against the Roma in Oświęcim town in 1981.
Miałem wtedy 20 lat.
I was 20 years old then.
Dostałem książeczkę wojskową i chciałem bardzo iść do armii.
I got my military card and I wanted to be drafted into the army.
Na mojej drodze do armii stanął 21-22 październik 1981 roku.
But on my way to the Polish army, that was the event that happened on 21st and 22nd of October 1981.
Było to straszne przeżycie dla mnie, dla mojej rodziny i dla moich współbraci, którzy tam mieszkali.
And it was terrifying experience for me, for my family and my brothers and sisters who lived there.
Po 2 dniach plądrowania, niszczenia, palenia samochodów, dobytku romskiego, powstał zwany Komitet do spraw wypędzenia polskich Romów z Polski.
After 2 days of plundering and destroying the Roma property, burning cars and apartments, the non-Roma population of Oświęcim established a committee to expel Roma people from Poland.
Brałem tam wtedy udział jako młody człowiek.
And I was part of these events as a young man.
Strona państwowa zaproponowała nam, że nam zbuduje baraki pod Bielskiem. Baraki pod Bielskiem, one będą ogrodzone, a za dobrą pracę będziemy mogli dostać przepustki.
The government offered us to build some sort of barracks out of the town in which we will live, and if we worked properly, we would be rewarded by some permissions to go out.
Było to dla nas nie do przyjęcia.
But we couldn't accept this offer.
Wiedzieliśmy, co to znaczy getto, co to znaczy obóz.
Because we knew what does it mean a ghetto, what does it mean a camp.
Wśród nas też byli więźniowie, którzy przeżyli i obóz Auschwitz, ale też również i getta.
Because with us there were people who actually survived Auschwitz and gettos.
Więc to nie przeszło władzy, zaproponowali nam wyjazd
so that the authorities changed the strategy and offered us a chance to leave Poland.
I tak się stało, że polscy Romowie musieli znać wszystkie swoje dokumenty, w tym ja. Oddałem swoją książeczkę wojskową.
We had to return all our IDs, including my military card.
I wręczono mi bilet w jedną stronę.
And I received a one-way ticket.
Wtedy były dwa państwa bezwizowe, tylko Berlin Zachodni i Szwecja.
We could go either to West Berlin or to Sweden.
To było niesamowite. Kiedy dostaje się taki bilet, jest się obywatelem, mieszkam od wieku i nagle ktoś mnie pozbawił moich praw obywatelskich.
That was really incredible that, I lived in this country for so many years and my people lived here for centuries and suddenly somebody deprived me of my citizenship's rights.
I wszyscy 13 grudnia 1981 roku, w dniu stanu wojennego, trafiliśmy do Istad, panie premierze. Bardzo dziękuję za bardzo przyjemną i bardzo taką życzliwe przyjęcie nas wszystkich.
In December, on 13th of December 1981, we all arrived at Ystad in Sweden. Mr. Prime Minister, I thank you for the warm welcome we received in Sweden.
Przepraszam, ja już kończę, jeżeli pan pozwoli, bo to jest ważne, bo trzeba... I powiem tylko tyle. Ja tam nie zostałem, walczyłem o swoje prawa obywatelskie.
I didn't want to stay in Sweden. I wanted to return to fight for my citizenship rights.
Musiałem czekać rok i prosić konsula polskiego o zwrócenie mi mojego obywatelstwa.
I've had to ask for a return of my citizenship and the right to return.
To się stało dopiero prawie po roku.
And it took 1 year.
Wróciłem do Oświęcimia.
I returned to Oświęcim.
Założyłem rodzinę.
I set up family.
Założyłem organizację.
I set up the organization.
I chcę tutaj żyć.
And I want to live here.
Tutaj chcemy się rozwijać. Moje dzieci, moje wnukowie i kolejne pokolenia.
I want my children, my grandchildren, next generations to live and develop here.
My, Romowie w Europie, nie oczekujemy specjalnych praw.
We don't expect and we don't want any special rights in Europe.
My oczekujemy od państw, żeby nas traktowano jak zwykłych obywateli.
We want the governments to treat us as regular citizens.
Chciałbym tu podziękować organizatorom oraz dla TSKŻ-u. Artur, dziękuję za to zaproszenie, że dzisiaj mogę o tym państwu w skrócie opowiedzieć. Bardzo dziękuję.
I want to thank the organizers and the members of the Social Cultural Association of Jews in Poland for the invitation and for giving me a chance to speak about these issues now.
It's a pleasure, sir, and thank you. And may I just say, I hope your family and you stay here for many, many, many generations to come. So, I'm going to move to the former president of Slovenia, Mr. Pahor. We spoke briefly this morning. You've been to Auschwitz many times, and as president, you were very much part of the Maribor Synagoga initiative marking Holocaust Memorial Day. Can you talk us briefly through the Slovenian approach to combating anti-Semitism?
Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here with you and among you. I think in my country we have done a lot to, to fight against the anti-Semitism. And I'm proud of saying that it is not the problem in our country. You know, it is a part of a respectful environment back in Slovenia. So the problem has never been there. It is not, and I hope it will never be. But I should say that with these recent events back in Israel and Gaza, there is some sort of challenge for all of us. How to address this issue of, combating anti-Semitism in the circumstances when a lot of people are condemning the reaction of the State of Israel towards the barbaric attack of terrorist organization of Hamas. I think this is a challenge that we should address. We should not, hide. We should be very vocal on this. There is no reason, because of some different views on the approach of State of Israel, how to, combat this, terrific, barbaric Hamas attack on its territory. Different approaches are not the reason to lower down the level of our attention of anti-Semitism in the Europe and in the world itself. I think this should be very clear. We should be very, very strong on this. We should face now some sort of a moment when a lot of people try to condemn Israel and the state of Israel and, for their decision, for its decision how to approach this barbaric attack. And the result of this, it is some sort of a hate speech. It's not just a different opinion on this, but it is some sort of emotional opinion which could be seen as a hate speech. So this is very, very interesting. I think and we should pay attention. I would like to use this stage to address this issue and to invite everybody how to, make a difference between expressing different opinions on what is going on in Israel and Gaza and all that stuff, and anti-Semitism, which has been around us and will be around us, unfortunately, in the future. So I think this is a very, very very difficult task for us nowadays.
And I, as a follow-on, President, we heard earlier on about some of the migrants, and they bring with them some of their own baggage, both literal and metaphorical. Slovenia, member of the European Union, are you finding there's an increased intolerant atmosphere as a result of both migration and its reaction to it, which is generating more hate speech and perhaps more anti-Semitism?
Well, yeah, could be said that it is there, but I would not overestimate it. It is there, but it's not a huge problem at the moment, okay? And I think we will try to do our best that we will keep it there, But, we should see now some sort of accumulation of the problems in our societies, not just in Slovenia or Sweden or in whole Europe. Accumulation of the problems from geopolitical issues, Ukraine, Middle East, and then, migration or illegal migration to our countries, which invite us, this problem invites us to be very, very cautious of this hate speech, So this issue invites us to be very, very respectful to the issue and to the others who have maybe different opinion on it. So yes, it is a problem. It is not a huge problem. We will try to do whatever it takes to limit the problem as it is. But this should be our global initiative. It couldn't be solved in Sweden, couldn't be solved in Slovenia. We are, in European Union together. I think EU also should do a little bit more on this issue as it has been done in the past.
Thank you, former President. So your fundamental message is this is a European fight. It's not for individual countries alone to do. We need a joined-up approach. Thank you. I'm going to recommend to my fellow panelists and indeed to the audience, you might want to put your headphones on for our next speaker. Our next speaker I've had the pleasure of because he was a recipient of the King David Award. One of our first recipients of the King David Award, and that is former President Milo Đukanović of Montenegro. Mr. President, I remember you speaking in Brussels, and we were talking about the government's strategies for combating anti-Semitism. And it was said at the time that Montenegro didn't need a strategy for combating anti-Semitism because there was no anti-Semitism. And talking to Rabbi Edelkopf and others, it was clear, and having been there under your tenure, it really felt like there was very, very little anti-Semitism in Montenegro. But I have to say, Montenegro doesn't seem as united as it was under your tenure. Do you think there's more division now, and do you see that division putting barriers in society and potentially having an effect on anti-Semitism and hate speech?
Dame i gospodo, želio bih da se na početku zahvalim 10. predsjedniku države Izrael, gospodinu Ruvenu Rivlinu, i Jevrejskoj asocijaciji, da se zahvalim 10. predsjedniku države Izrael i Jevrejskoj asocijaciji na pozivu da budem dio manifestacije Dana sjećanja na žrtve Holokausta i također na pozivu da budem dio foruma lidera za borbu protiv antisemitizma. Vaše pitanje je veoma inspirativno i želio bih da vam odgovorim sa dva, vjerujem, kratka aspekta. Najprije, tačno je da u Crnoj Gori nikada nije bilo antisemitizma. Drugo, tačno je da je Crna Gora jedna od rijetkih europskih država u kojoj je Jevreja bilo više na kraju Drugog svjetskog rata nego prije njegovog početka. Mislim da ove dvije napomene jasno govore da mora postojati jedan dobar temelj tradicije i kontinuiteta politike. Ta tradicija seže u daleka vremena. Crna Gora je 1000-godišnja država koja je, da kažem, kroz razne nazive svoje države uvijek njegovala prijateljski odnos prema jevrejskom narodu. Također, znameniti Jevreji, poput Šabataja Cevija, još u 17. vijeku su živjeli, dakle, govorim o čovjeku koji je jedan od velikana kulturno-istorijske baštine Jevreja, su živjeli u Crnoj Gori i upoznavali Crnogorce sa onim što su kulturno-istorijske prepoznatljivosti Jevreja. Također, vrlo vrijedna tradicija na koju želim da vam skrenem pažnju je da već vjekovima u gradu Kotoru, u Bokokotorskom zalivu, jevrejsko groblje održavaju i uređuju ne Jevreji koji žive u Kotoru. Dakle, hoću da kažem da to ima svoje temelje. Također, ti temelji su pojačani u zajedničkoj antifašističkoj borbi tokom Drugog svjetskog rata. Vi znate da je Crna Gora mala država, ali koja je vrlo ponosna na svoju slobodarsku tradiciju i najvrednija karika tog slobodarskog lanca je zapravo antifašistički ustanak iz 13. jula 1941. godine, za koga je Jean-Paul Sartre kazao da je to događaj koji je uputio čovječanstvo kojim putem treba ići. Crna Gora je zajedno sa Jugoslavijom kojoj je pripadala 1948. godine u vrijeme nastajanja jevrejske države dala doprinos nastanku te države. Mnogi o tome ne znaju jer je operacija bila tajna, ali tada je u operaciji Velveta preko Crne Gore, odnosno preko njenog grada Nikšića, transportovana avijacija, prva avijacija jevrejske države koja je tada kupila svoje avione Spitfire od Čekoslovačke i, kažem, kroz tajnu operaciju omogućila jevrejskoj državi da upotpuni svoje kapacitete za svoje buduće, vidjelo se, vrlo tegobno i vrlo neizvjesno bivstvovanje. 2011. godine je formirana prva jevrejska zajednica u Crnoj Gori. Već sledeće godine je institucionalizovan odnos između države i te jevrejske zajednice. Jevreji su dobili potpunu autonomiju u uređivanju svojih nacionalnih i vjerskih prava. Judaizam je postao jedna od ravnopravnih religija u Crnoj Gori. Međudržavni odnosi idu odlično, idu uzlaznom putanjom. U Crnoj Gori je svake godine sve više Jevreja iz turističkih i drugih pobuda i, dakle, ja vjerujem da postoji jedna izuzetno dobra perspektiva za dalji razvoj tih odnosa. Dakle, hoću da kažem da je to u Crnoj Gori bilo moguće jer je Crna Gora država koja je uvijek jako držala do svog međunacionalnog sklada. Sjetit ćete se svi da smo 90. godina na prostoru ex-Jugoslavije imali jedan krvavi rat, dakle, kojeg je jedino bila pošteđena Crna Gora. Čak i Slovenija, evo, koristim priliku da tu pored mene sjedi moj dragi prijatelj, raniji predsjednik Borut Pahor, nije bila pošteđena toga sasvim. Crna Gora jeste, jer je nekako uspjela da i u tom metežu sačuva jedan dobar duh međunacionalnih odnosa i zbog toga ima jedno vrlo bogato iskustvo da smo našu nezavisnost ostvarili u miru i da su presudan doprinos našoj nezavisnosti dale manjine, što nije baš karakteristično za balkanske države. Evo, to je odgovor na prvi dio vašeg pitanja. Odgovor na drugi dio vašeg pitanja. Da li sadašnja poremećaj u geopolitici, politici Evrope i u geopolitici ugrožava i Crnu Goru? Da li osjećamo ove opasnosti? Apsolutno. Dakle, jasno je da sve danas funkcioniše po zakonu spojenih sudova. Nemoguće je biti pod staklenim zvonom. Dakle, hoću da vam kažem da Crna Gora, koja je do prije 3 godine bila izuzetan primjer ubrzanog i kvalitetnog usvajanja evropskog sistema vrijednosti, već 3 godine se nalazi, da kažem, u jednom ozbiljnom unutrašnjem previranju. Ja mislim da je generalno problem i iz kojega se porađa i antisemitizam, ali i nešto mnogo šire od toga. Dakle, jedan pad kvaliteta politike u Evropi i globalno. Ja bih, rekao bih, ubijeđeno mogao da kažem da sam ubijeđen, dakle, da je kvalitet politike u slobodnom padu. Griješe svi koji misle da je antisemitizam samo ili prije svega opasnost po Jevreje. Ja smatram da je antisemitizam istovremeno ne manja opasnost za Evropu, to je antievropejstvo, jer to udara na osnovne temelje sistema vrijednosti Evrope. Zato je, dakle, pogrešno vjerovati da se sa antisemitizmom trebaju izboriti Jevreji. Sa antisemitizmom se moramo izboriti kao dijelom opšteg problema gdje je, zahvaljujući jakim desničarskim pokretima, zahvaljujući nacionalizmu, populizmu i buđenju fašizacije evropskih društava, gdje su danas ugroženi temelji evropskog sistema vrijednosti i evropskog društva. Ako to tako ne prepoznamo, mislim da ćemo i dalje kaskati za problemima. Ponavljam vam, ja mislim da je riječ u kvalitetu politike koja ne odgovara ne samo na ovaj problem, nego na brojne globalne probleme koji su danas se već porodili u svijetu. Dakle, u odnosu na ovaj problem, mislim da se mora dati jedinstven odgovor u 3 ravni. Jedna je politička, druga je edukativna i treća se tiče pravnog sistema. Mislim da se kroz jedinstven odgovor u sva ova 3 aspekta tek može na kvalitetan način odgovoriti problemu koji danas potresa evropsku civilizaciju i svijet uopšte.
Thank you, former President. I was just waiting for that fantastic translation. So thank you very, very much to our panelists. If you can give them a round of applause. Very, very much looking forward to hearing, particularly from Mr. Löfven, former President Pajot, and again, President Dukanovic, later in the afternoon as we launch our European Forum. So in the meantime, thank you as well, Mr. Kwiatkowski. Thank you very, very much indeed. We will be convening again at 2 p.m. So I invite you all to have a wonderful lunch, and we look forward to seeing you at 2 p.m. Thank you for your attention this morning. Afternoon session underway, and to introduce our next speaker, it's my great pleasure to welcome my esteemed colleague, also my dear friend, Mr. Tal Rabina, the Director of Strategy for the European Jewish Association. Tal?
Thank you, everybody. They say that after lunch you have to have a real good speaker, and I think we did. So I'm very pleased and honored to invite Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism in the Israeli government, Mr. Amichai Shikli. He is an Israeli politician and a member of the Likud party, an educator and a social entrepreneur. He served as an officer in the elite unit of Golani Brigade. He earned a bachelor degree in security and Middle Eastern studies from Haifa University and master degree in security studies and diplomacy from Tel Aviv University. Minister Shikli is very busy these days, as you can imagine. Since October 7, his office has been leading the vigorous fight against delegitimation of Israel and combating the various ways and the imminent rise in anti-Semitism against the Jewish people worldwide. Minister Shikli, please. יש לך פה מדרגות.
Shalom, everyone. Reuven Ruby Rivlin, the 10th President of Israel, Dani Dayan, Chairman of Yad Vashem, Yaakov Livne, Israel Ambassadors to Poland, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, Chairman of EJA, distinguished guests. I would like to dedicate my words to the Holocaust researcher and founder of the Students' Journeys to Poland, Alex Danzig. 76-year-old Alex from Kibbutz Nir Oz was abducted from his home more than 100 days ago by a gang of murderers, looters, rapists who invaded our land armed with rifles, knives, axes, and some with walking sticks, the successors of the Nazi Mufti al-Husseini. I'm sure you all join me in praying for Alex Danzig's good health and safe return home, along with our other 135 hostages. The late Jewish philosopher, Professor Shalom Rosenberg, said, "Absolute goodness has never appeared on the face of earth. Absolute evil has, not far away from here, in Auschwitz, Majdanek, and Treblinka. Absolute evil singled out the Jewish people as its ultimate enemy. While the Holocaust has had universal consequences, it was not a universal event. The charts presented at the Wannsee Conference on January 20, 1942, detailing the numbers in each European country, were focused on Jews and Jews alone. 48,000 in Bulgaria, 1,300 in Norway, 200 in Albania, and so on. At the conclusion of the conference, it was decided to implement the final solution. There was not even a single recorded objection, not even one. For the first time in history, a government set as a primary goal to annihilate an entire people with whom it had neither a territorial nor political conflict. Even 2 years later, amid the total collapse of the Eastern Front, with Soviets bearing down on the territories of the Reich, and entire armies facing devastation in the Russian winter, the Germans executed a huge operation to exterminate Hungarian Jews. 430,000 were executed in 3 months only during the summer of 1944. A year later, as Soviet tanks surrounded his bunker in Berlin, Hitler published his last will and statement. Hitler mentioned neither the Soviets nor the Allies in his will. Instead, he singled out small, unarmed nation that had already lost a third of its people. Above all, he wrote, I charge the leader of the nation to strictly observe the laws of race and to mercilessly oppose the universal poisoners of all people, the Jews. Absolute evil singled the Jewish people as its ultimate enemy. The Holocaust did not emerge from the darkness of the Middle Ages. It was born from the beating heart of European enlightenment. It did not sprout from the fringes of society, but from its intellectual and cultural elite, from the university auditoriums and grand concert halls, from Eugen Dering and Richard Wagner. Some believed that after the unimaginable horrors of the Holocaust, anti-Semitism would vanish from the world. However, as the Jewish philosopher Alan Finkielkraut described, it was merely a respite, and the respite has now ended. The memory of the Holocaust has faded, distorted, and the lessons it imparted have been forgotten. A new generation has emerged, a generation that does not know Auschwitz. A sober look at the current cultural elites and defenders of enlightenment in the West today reveals a startling picture that should derive sleep from our eyes. We all witnessed the reprehensible hearing in the US Congress of the presidents of 3 of the world's foremost academic institutions. None of them was able to unequivocally and unconditionally, without hesitation or questions, and regardless of context, condemn calls for the extermination of the Jewish people. We have apparently forgotten the meaning of Auschwitz and of pure human evil. This is what a moral collapse looks like. This moral collapse is first and foremost the result of turning one's back on the notion of truth. The concept of truth should have been accurately familiar to the president of Harvard, an institution that has etched the word veritas on its seal. Harvard is not alone. Light and truth is the motto of Yale. In your light will you see light, from the book of Psalms, is the motto of Columbia University. These were the sentiments of the visionaries who founded those illustrious academic institutions. They drew their inspiration from the Bible. In the book of Genesis, the creation of light is the primary creation, the foundation of creation. God creates light in response to the chaos that's prevailed in the pre-creative state, to address a reality devoid of meaning and logic. Judeo-Christian civilization is founded on our ability to discern between light and darkness, between good and evil, between truth and lie. Our civilization is founded on moral clarity. Throughout the last century, a war was launched against our civilization in an attempt to destroy its foundational values by two destructive forces, Nazism and communism on its various sophisticated forms. These movements share the desire to eradicate the concept of moral clarity and the idea of freedom. From their distorted perspective, the world is merely a bloody area of conflict between classes, races, and disadvantaged groups, all driven by an unrelenting pursuit of power. And here perhaps we touch on the key to the hatred of the Jewish people. Since its inception in the world, the Jewish people have represented contempt for idols, tyranny, and power. For Pharaoh and Babylon, ancient Greece and the Roman Empire, Nazi Germany and global jihad. It is a nation that embodies an unwavering belief in the human spirit created in the image of God. It is a nation with an unyielding faith in the inherent goodness of this world and the light embodied in it. It is a nation whose national anthem is not coincidentally called Hatikva, the hope. It is a nation that has faced trials and tribulations unparalleled in history of any other nation on earth. From the binding of Isaac to the crossing of the Red Sea, through thousands of years of exiles, chaos, and wars. And this nation, our nation, is currently facing a serious trial in its own land and beyond. The Jewish people have not encountered such intensity of hatred since the 1930s. Back then, it was Nazi racial theory that paved the way for the unparalleled catastrophe. Today, we are faced with an obsessive hatred towards the state of Israel that is being demonized and delegitimized. Jewish professor Paul Kessler, Hashem Yikom Damo, was cold-bloodedly murdered in the streets of Los Angeles for standing up with the Israeli flag. Jews across Europe and the United States are afraid to wear Jewish symbols or to speak Hebrew in public. Jewish institutions, from kindergartens to synagogues and community centers, require heavy security as if they were military bases. Absolute evil single out once again the Jewish people as its ultimate adversary. But I can assure you, we will never give up. Not on our past, not on our historical homeland, and not on our faith. We put our trust in our ancestors who taught us a little truth repels a lot of lies, and a little light repels a lot of darkness. From Rabbeinu Bechayai, מעט מן האמת דוחה הרבה מן השקר, ומעט מן האור דוחה הרבה מן החושך. עם ישראל חי. This is not a slogan. This is our life mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Shikli, for that rousing speech. We're going to move straight on, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel, which we started before lunch, but we will now conclude. It's now my great pleasure to ask to come to the stage His Excellency Sean O'Farrell, the President of Parliament in the House of Representatives of Ireland, Her Excellency Vera Kovarova, the First Vice President of Parliament from the Chamber of Deputies in the Czech Republic, His Excellency Jan Czarnogórsky, the former Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, and last but by no means least, MEP David Liga, Chair of ANEP, Committee of Foreign Affairs and Subcommittee on Human Rights. And of course, we're delighted to welcome back onto the stage as well Minister Shikli. Yes, we do. Thank you, David. I'll sit beside you. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Okay, thank you very, very, very much. So we're going to start with the President of Parliament from Ireland, Mr. O'Farrell. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Just a few weeks ago, we saw something very, very unusual in Ireland, and that was a far-right protest in Dublin and riots. And it's a fairly basic question, but is rising hate and hate speech and intolerance becoming an issue now in Ireland in a way that it wasn't before?
I think the simple answer to that is yes, but I do have to put it in context, particularly when it comes to the whole area of anti-Semitism, because Ireland has had a very small Jewish community down through the years. It came to its heights in the 1940s, and in the 2016 census showed us having just about 2,500 Jewish citizens. Today we have about 2,100, and their experience has been that there has been very little anti-Semitism experienced by them. In fact, I would quite honestly say to you that the Jewish community in Ireland have traditionally been beloved of the Irish people. They've taken leading roles in business, in politics, and in the arts. So what is happening now is different to what happened in the past. And it involves not just the extreme right, but the left also. And it's connected not just to the crisis in Gaza, but it's connected to a reaction across Ireland to a massive influx of immigrants into our country. And that issue, which I'm hugely proud that Ireland has opened its doors to people from all over the world, but particularly from Ukraine. Just as countries all around the world opened their doors to Irish people when we were forced to emigrate. 72 million people worldwide claim Irish ancestry. So we are the last nation on earth to be unwelcoming to the immigrant. But there are elements, unsavory elements, elements that promote hate and dissension, and that's what links what's happening in Ireland to what you're doing here. I mean, Ireland has been proud to support the work, both internationally and nationally, of ensuring remembrance of the Holocaust and of discouraging denial and distortion of the reality. Because as your extraordinarily wonderful speaker has just said, the Holocaust was the manifestation, the worst manifestation we have ever had of man's inhumanity to man, of hatred and the damage that hatred does to human beings and to society. And we must, all of us here, commit ourselves to opposing hatred, opposing dissent, building peace, and trying to achieve reconciliation. And in ensuring that no one category of people are demonized, we don't take upon ourselves the right to be able to demonize any other.
So, Mr. President, I can only applaud your last sentiment and words. And I can vouch for the community in Ireland because I went to university up in Belfast, and one of the things that I used to do was travel down on the occasional Shabbat down to Dublin. There was a nice little community just off Leinster Avenue, and I always found it extremely welcoming. But on the other hand, when we're talking about anti-Zionism in Ireland, that seems to be a much bigger issue. And we touched upon the politics of the right, which you just put into context. You also have a deep vein, particularly on the Sinn Féin side, I suppose, of frankly, rabid anti-Israelism. And I'm wondering why that is so strong and what Ireland can do about it, or is it just baked in to that history which we were talking about. I mean, you mentioned the huge Irish diaspora, a people displaced. One would wonder why there isn't common cause with Israel, and yet it's the opposite. So I guess in my rather convoluted question, I'm just kind of trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, there's just 2 points I want to make. And I said anti-Semitism hadn't been a problem in the past. I do know today that the small Jewish community in Ireland are concerned, are becoming worried because of the mass demonstrations that they see happening around the Palestinian issue in Dublin and in other parts of the country. So I must admit that. And I must say quite clearly that the government and the parliament and the political bodies are committed to ensuring the safety of our Jewish community, that we continue to nurture them. Yes, I mean, there is a view. Even one of my team at lunchtime was told as they were having their meal, oh, you're from Ireland. Oh, you people don't like Israel. Well, the truth is, we fully recognize and accept Israel, but we support a two-state solution. And our attitude and our approach to the issue is born out of our own historical experiences as a nation that was colonized, as a nation that suffered as a result of that colonization, where we suffered famine, while the country was exporting beef and grain. 1 million of our Irish population in the 1840s died of starvation, and another 1 million people emigrated. So we do, if you like, have an empathy with the underdog. That does not mean that we condone murder, hatred, or discrimination of any kind. And I would say to you, Hamas is an evil organization. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, you name them all. They are a rotten, evil plague on humanity, and they must be brought to an end.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on to the first Vice President of Parliament from the Czech Republic, as my colleagues always tease me, my second adopted country, given that I have a Czech wife. The Czech Republic has neither an anti-Semitism problem or an anti-Zionist problem so far. Why is this? And, you know, we just heard from the President of Ireland outlining some of the historical contexts and reasons why Ireland might be a bit more anti-Zionist. Why is the Czech Republic somehow almost like an island in Europe when it comes to this? And do you see the situation changing in future, madam?
At first, I would like to say thank you for your invitation. I'm very glad to be here. And now to your questions. There are two levels to the matter. On the first level, I consider it essential that whether the political representatives elected after the fall of the communist regime in 1989 were oriented to the right or to the left, the main representatives were always speaking against anti-Semitism and, more importantly, supporting the State of Israel in its defense against terrorism. I am not saying that our mutual relations were always perfect, but they were definitely above standard. It is perhaps also due to the tradition of the last century and the first Czechoslovak president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, who fought against anti-Jewish sentiments in society throughout his life, and thus establish a certain tradition. Due to his extraordinary popularity in the Czech nation, even today, almost 90 years after his death, his legacy actually forms a certain barrier to such trends. Let's not forget how Czechoslovakia helped Israel in difficult times by supplying weapons in 1948. Thanks to this attitude, even our extreme right-wing formations, which would incite anti-Jewish sentiments in other countries, will not do so in the Czech Republic, because it would decrease their chances of attracting the public. As for the second level to the matter, please note, I would like to emphasize this, that what I will say next is not a manifestation of any disrespect or collective condemnation. In the Czech Republic, there is simply a minimum amount of migrants from Arab countries, and almost none of those who could be associated with Islamic fundamentalism. If in the past, in connection with the growth of the global influence of the Islamic State, efforts to radicalize Muslims living in the Czech Republic appeared, they were quickly caught and eliminated. If you ask me if I see the situation changing in the future, sometimes I'm worried, of course, but I hope that tradition and our tradition and education could help that I will be not worried in future.
I sincerely hope so, Madam. And funny enough, you just mentioned education. What approaches do you think work best in combating anti-Semitism, both in education, in culture, and, you know, I'm certainly not intending this panel to become a sort of cheerleading exercise for the Czech Republic by any stretch of the imagination, but what is it about your combination of policies or cultural things that seems to create this atmosphere where Jews feel welcome and there isn't a sort of anti-Israelism?
In general, I think we have to fight anti-Semitism. But I have more hope to the consistent promotion of democracy and the rule of law, and naturally open discussion. In my personal opinion, it is necessary to consistently promote that all citizens are equal before the law. And at the same time, it is important to talk freely about all problems. Education, 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 it's all.
Just education. I mean, it's the same for us. I mean, we very, very strongly believe that education forms the backbone of any strategy for combating anti-Semitism. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Czarnogórski, former Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, you're a unique person on this particular panel in that fighting anti-Semitism ended up being part of your own personal fight for freedom. And you were imprisoned for your views, as I understand it. And indeed, I believe one of the reasons that you were imprisoned was for the fact that you called for a repudiation of the movement of Slovak Jews from the territory, and you got into trouble for that. Looking at Europe today and the rise in hate speech, how do you feel as somebody who was imprisoned for your views? And how do you feel looking at Europe today? Are you concerned? Are you worried?
Maybe yes. First is the question that we see that this demonstrations against Jews or anti-Semitism are just in former Western Europe. In former Eastern Europe, practically not. There are not reports about demonstration of against Israel or against Jews in former Eastern Europe, and even not only not demonstrations, but say this Jewish żydowskie hviezdy. Yes. There are no. Practically, they could be, theoretically, they could be done in the night somewhere, and nobody, the police would not discover the people who did it. But there are no. That is, for me, saying that, say, a problem of anti-Semitism as if did not exist in former Eastern Europe. Yes, in Slovakia, practically in social nets. In social nets, yes, there are texts that could be described as anti-Semitic, but yes, on social nets in the whole world, there are various texts. And back to your question, I think that yes, the negative aspect of what I have told right now is that practically ordinary people, as if do not know about the problem of anti-Semitism, of problem of Israel and Palestine, etc. And maybe in that sense could be more published, for example, what Israel is doing for Palestinians, because yes, and what Palestinians do to Israel, for example, the shelling from Gaza to neighborhood of Gaza in Israel in not only last time. So this information maybe could even make better the information of our people, and this information does not exist because as if did not exist the problem of anti-Semitism.
Right. And looking at Slovakia today, I mean, it's been in the news recently. There are some concerns over media freedoms, etc., etc. Do you think that keeping Holocaust memory alive plays an important role in keeping politics in balance? Do you think a country, as Ambassador Diane was saying earlier on, that has a commitment to combating anti-Semitism, that actually has legislation in place, that has safeguards, is more predisposed to having a stable system? And yeah, I mean, I'd just be very, very interested in your own experience of how keeping Holocaust memory alive was important to you, and how it influences the body politic.
First, answering shortly your question, I would answer no. Because, yes, in the Slovak criminal code, there is a paragraph section that denying of Holocaust is criminal act. And that's why who would deny Holocaust could be punished, but probably maybe in last 10 years not more than 10 people have been punished for this deed, such deed, because again it is not a problem. It was another problem when it was put into criminal code. There the Armenian diaspora in Slovakia demanded that even Armenian genocide would be the denial of Armenian genocide would be a crime under Slovak criminal law, and that was a discussion in Slovakia yes. Nowadays, the problem of anti-Semitism, Holocaust, etc., does not play a role in the politics. As I, I must say, I am not sure, but it looks that present Slovak government is supporting the two-state solution in Israel, but probably just somewhere on some international surrounding, because normally people do not know about it.
Thank you. Moving from Central and Eastern Europe to the icy climes of Sweden, MEP David Lega, chair of AANEP, Committee on Foreign Affairs and Subcommittee on Human Rights in the European Parliament. It's wonderful to have you here, David. Thank you so much. You are a Jew, and you're also a Zionist. So you're on the receiving end of both anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. David, I'm particularly interested in what you feel needs to be done across Europe. What would be your benchmarks for fighting both?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us here. Well, I'm something as unusual as like a non-religious Jew in a wheelchair who is a Christian Democrat. So I haven't made it easy for myself in any perspective, I think. But you know what? I agree. There are no differences between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. But it doesn't matter, because that's a theoretical discussion. In theory, we can have a debate about it. But in practice, it's the same thing. That's how people see it. Just look at in Sweden. While I really applaud former Prime Minister Löfven's efforts to combat anti-Semitism during his years as Prime Minister, we still have over 86% of the Swedish people who mix up their thoughts of the Jewish people based on their views of the actions of the State of Israel. So regardless of whether we see the difference or not, in practice, we need to combat them the same way. And I'm very proud of the European Parliament and the Commission and what we did with our new strategy, not only to combat anti-Semitism, but to include in that fostering Jewish way of life. For the first time, to not only react, but to act. And it's a bit shame because we thought we were first with it, to talk about education, just as my colleagues here in the panel have done. But I mean, this is what Hamas have been doing for all these years. They have used education. We know what textbooks the terrorists read in school before they made all these horrible atrocities on October 7th. So education is the key. So it's naturally about us educating, but it's also about stopping anti-Semitic education. We need to be able to do both these things at the same time. And that would be the key. So I agree, education, but on both sides.
What's your view, for instance, as just a supplementary to that, on special envoys, for instance, special envoys for combating anti-Semitism and the role that they play? Do you feel that they're an important interface between the Jewish community and government?
Well, we have three amazing special envoys all of them are dear friends. Michal Kotle-Wunsch in Israel, Deborah Lipstadt in the US, and Katharina von Schnurbein. But all three of them are amazing. But as the Commission also pleaded for, we needed to implement and have special envoys in each member state, because the challenges in our different member states are so different. So far, only half of our member states have included and installed a special envoy or an ambassador to combat anti-Semitism. And I think the first step is to really make sure that all member states do this.
And David, Swedish citizen, we just spoke about the former Prime Minister Löfven. Looking at Sweden today and looking at the rise in anti-Semitism, What do you feel needs to happen in Sweden for there to be a meaningful pushback?
Well, I see a movement everywhere. I see that we are now starting to understand the cooperation that the Hamas had with Iran. We see that one man who's extremely happy about what's happening is Putin. We see the connections for the first time. I think that Swedish people have stopped being naive, and it takes a while to adjust to that. But my own congregation from my birth town, Gothenburg, advise all their members not to wear their Magen David, not to wear their yarmulke. I mean, it's extremely dangerous that we are not courageous enough. And I cannot plead for people to be courageous because sometimes they might risk their lives, their family. This is something that we have to choose individually. But for a congregation to advise people to hide who they are is extremely problematic.
I couldn't agree more, and thank you, David. Before I go to Minister Chikli, it's worth mentioning that this is not unique. I mean, there was a couple of years ago, I'm sure members of our audience will remember it, Felix Klein, in one of the special envoys in Germany, his recommendation was that Jews should not wear their kippot in public. And actually it happened to our own chairman, Rabbi Margolin in Brussels, where we were doing an event in Place Luxembourg that you know well, and the police advised him, a rabbi, to take off his kippah. So there we are. Minister Chikli, your ministry used to be just called Diaspora Affairs, and I remember when you became minister, you added combating anti-Semitism to it, and you underlined it, and you said, I really want to put an effort into this, and you really put your, as we say in British, your shoulder to the wheel on it. Listening to our panel, first of all, do you believe there's a distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? And secondly, how do you feel as an Israeli looking at Europe and looking at Jewish communities? Are you worried, or do you have hope, Minister?
First, we always have hope. So we're optimistic. This is the only option. I think instead of asking me in 1975, there was an attempt was successful for a period of time and then was cancelled to identify Zionism with racism. It was a decision of the UN General Assembly led by the Soviets and the Arab states. And back then, I think we had the most greatest ambassador we had on all time for the UN, Chaim Herzog, who later became the president of Israel. By the way, he's from Ireland. And Chaim Herzog said specifically that there is zero difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Also, he said in the UN that he was very brave, saying, it is amazing to see how the UN, that started as a coalition against the Nazis, became the heart and center for world anti-Semitism. And I quote, he said, Hitler would have felt at home in some of the discussions in the UN. And you can go back to his speech and read his words. And when we finished, he tore apart the decision, and he was inspired by his father, a great rabbi, Isaac Herzog, who tore apart the white paper of the British mandate. So this is about Zionism, anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Obviously today, these are, it is the same. And to be more specific, a wise man, I think it was Rabbi Sachs, said that anti-Semitism is mutating. It's like a mutation. So it evolves. And so back with the Nazis, it was all about race. It was the individual Jew who was the target for anti-Semitism. And now we don't have problem with the Jews. It's just this tiny state over there that we cannot tolerate. This is unacceptable. So today, the collective identity of the Jewish people, meaning Zionism, is the target of this same anti-Semitism. And how do we know it? Because today, it's enough that you have a yarmulke or a Star of David nakel, or you speak Hebrew on the street, to be attacked and assaulted. So this is the proof that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are synonym. And one last thing that I think it's very, very important to emphasize, because we do see that in European states that have a strict policy towards immigration, so they will be attacked from all the let's say, the political correctness, those who believe in political correctness. But we see that the relationship with and the situation of anti-Semitism in those countries is far, far better than in other countries. And today, political Islam, led by the Muslim Brotherhood, led by Qatar, led by Turkey, led by Hamas, and those states and this organization, Hamas, they share exactly the same ideology. Exactly the same ideology coming from Hassan al-Banna, Sayyid Qutb, the Mufti. It's all the same. And the fight against global jihad is not the problem of merely the Jewish people. Yes, we are in the front, but this is the greatest threat for the future of Europe.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to give a last word for this panel to President of Faril, because I wasn't sure if you were going to claim Mr. Herzog, because I thought he was from Ireland, but of course I could be wrong.
Well, Chaim Herzog has its origins in Belfast.
Right, that's what I thought.
Northern Ireland.
But anyway, sorry.
Can I just say that, and I'm hugely impressed by what the Minister has said, and by indeed what all the speakers have said. What do we know? We know that hatred is destructive of society. We know that evil organizations who set out to undermine societies need to be stopped. They absolutely need to be stopped. But can I say to you, every evening in my home, I watch the TV news, and I watch the faces of the small children in Gaza or the West Bank or in Israel. And I wonder, what will the future for those children be in 5 years' time if we don't wrest peace from the current crisis? So the one message I would give to this symposium is, if we don't build a peace now, the situation in the future will be immeasurably worse, because the children of today will have been radicalized by everything that they see happening around them. And good God, no man or woman in this place today wants that to happen.
That's an excellent ending for this particular round of discussions. I would very, very much like to thank our panel once again. And yes, thank you for every single one of you for taking the time to be with us. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, if we can make our way off the stage, and thank you.
Before killing women, the Nazis cut off their hair. Masses of hair were packed in bags. 20 kilos, 22 kilos, raw material for German factories, 7,000 kilograms of hair, 140,000 murdered women. The fascists traded in death. They made fertilizers of human bones and delivered them to the Strem firm. They sold hair to factories and the nationalized upholstery industry. Another branch of the same industry. The bandits tore out dentures from corpses' mouths to get hold of gold teeth.
Okay.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. When we set up the European Jewish Association 15 years ago, we believed that we would mostly be busy with building up Jewish life. We hoped that hatred towards Jews was disappearing, that the lessons of the Holocaust had been learned. In this new Europe, we hoped that spending a lot of time and resources in combating anti-Semitism would be not necessary. We did not think that we would need help from some of the most respected and talented politicians in Europe to help us deal with the huge increase in hate. Unfortunately, we were wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our best efforts, year on year, we have seen anti-Semitism grow. The numbers are very, very worrying, and we must fight it. We are extremely proud that the 10th President of the State of Israel, His Excellency Reuven Rivlin, has chosen to lead this fight with us. After so many decades of public service, this great leader deserves. Instead, he chose to do something that is very Jewish. In Jewish ethic, it is written that while we are not obliged to complete the task, we are not allowed to rest from trying to achieve it. And before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, I would like please to call on stage the members of the new Forum to Combat Anti-Semitism that are with us today. I would like please to call on stage the 10th President of Israel, Reuven Rivlin. I would also like to call on stage Prime Minister of France, Manuel Valls. I would also like to call on stage from the Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven. I would also like to call Mr. Milo Djukanovic, former President of Montenegro. I would also like to call the former Prime Minister of Greece, George Andreas Papandreou. Please join us. And it is, of course, also our privilege to call the former President of Slovenia, Borut Pahor. I would also like to call on stage Dr. Joël Mergui, the President of the biggest Jewish community in Europe, the Consistoire of France, the President of the Council of Presidents of Jewish Communities in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, drop by drop, it becomes a stream, and from streams, great rivers flow. The AJA and President Rivlin knew the fight could not be undertaken on our own. And this is for these reasons that we wanted to bring together a forum of European leaders, all equally committed not to rest. But even if everyone on the forum achieves our aims of working with every government, every university, and every sport clubs across Europe, we probably will not complete the task. Anti-Semitism in Europe today has reached a critical point. It is almost becoming normal. And we can never allow it to become normal. Because tomorrow, not far from here, in Auschwitz, we will see where it can lead. So let us get to work. Let us never, ever rest. Together, let our jobs become a powerful river to wash this hate away. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to formally launch European Jewish Association Forum of European Leaders for Combating Anti-Semitism. This launch would not be possible without President Rivlin. He is here with us today because he understands the urgency of the task at hand. And it is now my great honor and privilege to invite him to address this symposium. President Rivlin, the 10th President of the State of Israel, the floor is yours.
Well, Your Excellencies, you are all excellencies. And if I will remind every one of you, then we are in trouble because we'll have to go to dinner. So I would say, Rabbi Margolin and all the really very important guests that are all with us together, with Minister Shikli and the head of the Yad Vashem institution, which are very important to the whole world and to the Jewish people. Thank you very much. And all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and may I say also my sisters and my brothers who are here. Well, on this International Holocaust Memorial Day in Krakow and tomorrow in Auschwitz, we commemorate the 75th year of releasing Auschwitz in Israel, in Jerusalem, along with 75 head of states all together at the President's House, in order to really let people understand that never again is by joining all the free forces that are in the world in order to avoid what have happened. Well, tomorrow we will be in Auschwitz, and we come together to confront a pressing issue, the rise of anti-Semitism, and we heard all of you. And we heard all of you, and we know that it is not only the problem of Israel and the Jewish people, it is a problem of hatred, it is a problem of racism, it is a problem that we all have to take care of. The fighting against anti-Semitism and racism is not only a concern of the Jewish people, but the responsibility of the entire free world. The Holocaust stands as a dark reminder that when anti-Semitism takes root, it can lead to the destruction of the entire nation. Our discussions today are fueled by the shared commitment to combat this hatred. The European Jewish Association Leaders Forum was established out of the deep concern for the well-being of Europe and the future generations, serving as both a declaration and an active force against anti-Semitism. The Forum will work to ensure freedom and safety of Jewish and other communities in Europe. In the face of today's challenges, this Forum becomes a beacon of hope. I really hope that it would be a beacon. And I really believe that there is a hope for the whole world, because we are becoming together. We are becoming to be all together, a small village. We can be in the same time in South America and in Australia and in the Middle East and in Europe. In the face of today's challenges, this forum is a beacon, as I said, supporting unity and resilience. As we strive for a world free of hatred, our dedication to values and to tolerance and understanding become even more crucial. Israel's war against Hamas, that everyone is mentioning today on every headlines, serves as a reminder of the importance of standing united against evil, a war of light against darkness. We cannot overlook the alarming rise in anti-Semitism powered by the same extremists responsible for the monstrous attack on October 7th. And I'm talking about monstrous attack. I'm not talking about freedom fighters. They are not freedom fighters. They came to kill people, to kill Jews. They came in order to eliminate the very possibility of Jews to be, first of all, in the Middle East, and afterwards, we will see. So I must say that no one can forget the picture that was taken by the terrorists themselves. When you see a young terrorist phoning his father and mother in Gaza, crying to them with a lot of really power and really as if he did something that is unique, saying to them, Papa, Mama, I've just killed 4 children, I've raped 3 young ladies, and I've killed their parents, and I've killed their grandpa and grandma. I'm a shaheed, I'm a saint man. I'm one of those people who can bring the freedom and the release to all the Islamic world. And I can tell you, I'm the son of a professor that have translated the Quran. We have no war with Islam. The Islamic world never thought that we have war with them. We don't have war with Islam. They have created the thought that we have war with Islam. What happened on October 7th, the deadliest against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. This rise is anti-Semitism and hypocrisy Yes, my dear friends, it is hypocrisy when you are demanding to make humanitarian steps when they don't want even to tell the Red Cross to go and to see what is going on, what is happening with the little children there in Gaza. On the international stage, we find a hypocrisy, demands our attention what is going on. Institutions like the International Court in Hague, conducting trials against Israel, blaming the victim for so-called genocide, so show that we need for a real strong response. Events like this promote us to echo the phrase, never again. When we say never again, when we, the Jewish people, say never again, when we, the Israelis, say never again, it is not just a message to the world. It is a commitment, and we have made to ourselves. The Jewish people will never, never again be defenseless if the world does not stand with Israel as it should, like we think, at the very least, not interfere when Israel defends itself and blame Israel instead of to see the real truth, what is happening in the region. Israel is not compensation for the Holocaust. No, not at all. We did not build Israel as compensation. We built Israel and we have established the state of Israel because Israel and the land of Israel is the only homeland of the Jewish people all over the world. Israel is the realism of a dream dating back 2,000 years for the Jewish people to return to the homeland. My family came to Israel in the year 1809, 215 years ago. I'm a Jerusalemite, 8th generation, living in Jerusalem. And that was more than a century before Zionism as a political movement. We came to Israel because we have understood that maybe God that He promised us to return back to our homeland, is not waiting for His mercies. He says to us, go to Israel, no one is stopping you. And when we came to Jerusalem, there were in Jerusalem only 10,000 people. No one paid any kind of attention to the importance of the city of Jerusalem. It was neglected. And in less than 50 years, there were in Jerusalem almost 70,000 people, all of them Jews who came after my ancestors have come to Israel. So I must say that we are there because it is our homeland. And at the time, we were hugged and we were welcomed by all the Jerusalemites. And we were called by the Arabs in Jerusalem, Bani al-Balad, which mean in Arabic, the sons of the city, all together, whether we were Christian, Muslims, or Jews. But they knew that we are returning to the land that was promised to us, and we have no other place to go to. Today, we reflect on lessons of history and renew our pledge to combat anti-Semitism in all its forms. The EJA, the European Jewish Association, Leaders Forum, which is my great honor to be a part of you. That through collective efforts, we can work toward a future where diversity and celebrated and the remembrance of the Holocaust guide us to the tolerance and compassion. The Leaders Forum will be a strong force in influencing European leaders and public opinion. It will work on laws, education, as the Yad Vashem do for a lot of years, and that is very important because actually we are ready to live along with the Palestinians because we are not doomed to live together. It is our destiny to live together because they are there and we have returned back to our homeland. And to the representative from Sweden and from Ireland, I would like to say that your words were very, very strong. But in order to bring to any kind of solution in the Middle East, we have to build confidence. And they have to understand we have no war with Islam. Even Muhammad, that my late father, Professor Rivlin, have translated the Quran from Arabic to Hebrew, and I know Arabic fluently. He shows that Muhammad have said in Surah 5, which means chapter 5, phrases 23 to 26, that the land of Israel belongs to the children of Israel. We have no war with Islam. And they have to understand we have returned back. And they have to face the fact, although they don't like it. And we have to know that we have established a Jewish democratic state. Democratic and Jewish state. Because I can assure you that every Jew has at least 3 opinions. And democracy is very needed in order to hold Israel as a community. We know how to argue with ourselves. Of course, we can know how to argue with our brothers, the Jewish brothers, and we know how to argue with Arabs. But they have to accept us, that we are back home, and we have to expect them that they were born in the land, that it is our state. This forum will remain leader of worldwide, that the phrase "never again" is mainly about protecting Europe. I want to thank you. I want to thank my fellow leaders who joined this important forum. I also want to thank my friend, Rabbi Menachem Margolin. God bless you. God bless you, Chairman of the EJA, for this courage and the hard work over the years to help Jewish communities in Europe and safeguard the world's moral values. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for having the same ideas and the same thoughts and the same real blessing from, as we say, blessing to all of you from Jerusalem, city of God. All the best.
Thank you very much, President Rivlin. Some of our distinguished forum members you have heard already on panels, and behind us you can read our charter that the leaders will be signing shortly. I just would like to know if Prime Minister Renzi is still on the line. He is on live?
Yes.
Okay, so then this is our great privilege to have with us former Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Renzi. Thank you for connecting. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And it's a very great honor for me to be with you. Unfortunately, only from my office in the Senate. First of all, a special thanks to former President of Israeli Republic, my friend Mr. Rubin, because he launched this initiative and involved a lot of us. Particularly happy to see some friends and former colleagues. Just a brief message from Italy, a message of solidarity. I was in Krakow and Auschwitz a lot of times with the students of my city when I was mayor, because we decided to stay together to see what really happened and to say together, never again. Now, after massacre of October 7th, we have the responsibility to join to you to continue this battle of civilization and battle of ideals, because there is not simply a right for Israel to exist. There is a duty for your country to exist. The duty, and not only the right, the duty for the new generation, the duty for the people who ask for the peace. Bible said, in the Bible we can read, ask peace for Jerusalem, ask freedom for Jerusalem, ask peace for Gaza, ask freedom for Gaza, because today the real enemy for Gaza, for Palestinian guys, is Hamas. Hamas killed more Palestinians than everyone, and we have to repeat all together the message. With Hamas will be impossible to achieve the great result of peace. For all the reason, in this very complicated framework of global disorder, I will be with you. I repeat with you the necessity, the message of hope for the future, but at the same time, we will repeat the message I saw in the faces of students of City of Florence when I was with them in Auschwitz, because they think, that is impossible. No, that happened. That really happened. And our goal is guarantee to the new generation of human beings that we never again. For that reason, my friends, I will be with you, and it will be a pleasure and an honor to continue this battle all together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Renzi. Thank you for joining us and accepting our invitation to join the Forum of Leaders. Due to a last-minute emergency, our next speaker couldn't join us, but sent a video. He is also a member of the Forum. It is Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would have preferred to participate at this significant event today, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to be with you at least via video. I'm still shocked by these brutal and barbaric terrorist attacks that happened on October 7th. It shows us that anti-Semitism still exists and that we have to fight all together against these ideas, against these threats, and of course, against terrorism. Coming from Austria, I know that we as Austrians, especially the young generation, we have a special historic responsibility. This is why, during my time in government, we declared the security of Israel as a state doctrine for us in Austria. This is why we decided to invest a lot to support the small but very vital Jewish community in Austria. And this is why we also decided that the descendants of Holocaust survivors should have a right to become Austrian citizens if they want them. The last year has shown that there is still a long way to go. Therefore, it's important that we are all united in the fight against anti-Semitism, that we support the security of the State of Israel, and of course that we work together that the peaceful coexistence in the Middle East is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the former Prime Minister of the French Republic, Mr. Manuel Valls. Mr. Valls, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Quelques mots en français, au fond pour vous dire d'abord mon plaisir d'être avec vous et de m'engager auprès de vous, Monsieur le Président, et de mes collègues et de vous tous. Et pour dire au fond, plus que jamais, nous devons poser les bons mots pour comprendre le mal qui est face à nous et le bouleversement majeur pour nos sociétés que représentent les événements du 7 octobre. C'est un basculement et nous entrons dans un nouveau monde. D'abord, et ça a été dit avec beaucoup de force depuis ce matin, bien définir ce qu'est l'antisémitisme. C'est la haine des Juifs et c'est la haine d'Israël. Je pense que même le mot antisémitisme a perdu de sa force et je pense qu'il faut clarifier ce que cela veut dire. Mais derrière cela, il y a l'antisionisme. Vladimir Yankelevitch, un résistant, un grand philosophe français, juif, en 1967, disait que l'antisionisme, c'était la permission démocratique d'être antisémite. C'est plus que jamais d'actualité. Et ceux qui prônent l'antisionisme, c'est-à-dire la disparition d'Israël, qu'ils soient à gauche ou à droite, sont antisémites. Deuxièmement, qualifier, je n'ai pas besoin d'aller bien plus loin, ce qu'est le Hamas. Sinon, pour rappeler qu'évidemment, ça n'est pas une organisation de résistance, ça a été dit par le président, mais que cette organisation prône non seulement la haine des Juifs, leur disparition de la terre d'Israël et de la surface du monde, mais que cette organisation prône la haine des chrétiens, des musulmans qui n'acceptent pas le totalitarisme du Hamas, des chrétiens, de l'Occident, des valeurs démocratiques, de la place des femmes dans les sociétés, et qu'il poursuit pour les tuer les homosexuels palestiniens qui trouvent aujourd'hui refuge en Israël et à Tel Aviv. C'est ça le Hamas, et cette organisation, nous devons la combattre parce qu'elle nous combat, et c'est pour cela que nous devons soutenir Israël qui est en première ligne face au Hamas. Troisièmement, déconstruire le langage. Tout le langage auquel aujourd'hui Israël fait face. Le langage de l'Afrique du Sud ou d'autres pays qui utilisent les mots comme colonisation, apartheid, évidemment génocide, pour nazifier Israël. Et cette entreprise idéologique, ce discours est particulièrement dangereux. Et il trouve une résonance, nous en parlerons et nous l'écouterons dans un instant, avec beaucoup d'intérêt, sur les réseaux sociaux. Le récit de ce qui se passe aujourd'hui au Proche et au Moyen-Orient et à Gaza, sur les réseaux sociaux et notamment sur TikTok, nous pose un enjeu majeur. C'est sans doute là où la bataille principale va se jouer. Et derrière ces réseaux sociaux, il y a souvent la Chine, la Russie, la Turquie et l'Iran, bien évidemment. Si nous ne sommes pas conscients de ce que cela représente, notamment par la jeunesse, et les sondages dans la jeunesse, dans nos pays occidentaux, sont particulièrement dramatiques sur ce qu'ils pensent du conflit, ou sur ce qu'ils pensent de l'antisémitisme, ou de la haine des Juifs, ou sur ce qu'ils pensent de la mémoire de la Shoah. Donc c'est un autre front que nous ne pouvons pas, évidemment, abandonner. Il y a évidemment, pour l'homme de gauche que je suis, et cela fait 25 ans que je le dis, un enjeu majeur. Il y a eu une grande manifestation contre l'antisémitisme en France. Or, ça a été un basculement, car dans cette manifestation, pour la première fois, il y avait les héritiers de l'extrême droite, et il manquait une grande partie de la gauche, et une grande partie de cette gauche qui a basculé dans l'antisémitisme, essentiellement pour des raisons électorales. Il ne faut pas s'étonner que Jean-Luc Mélenchon, un Français, ou Jeremy Corbyn, un Anglais exclu du Parti travailliste, se soient trouvés comme témoins de moralité du gouvernement sud-africain pour attaquer Israël et l'accuser de génocide. Ça veut dire que là, il y a aussi un front, et au sein des formations politiques, et notamment de la gauche européenne et internationale, il faut également une grande clarification sur ce sujet-là. Une chose est de chercher la paix, une solution politique pour les Palestiniens, l'autre est de disqualifier Israël et de verser dans l'antisémitisme pour avoir un vote musulman. Enfin, l'autre grand élément, c'est le défi qui est posé au sein de l'islam, et notamment en Europe. L'islamisme, l'islam politique font de l'Europe la grande priorité, et notamment au sein des communautés musulmanes issues de l'immigration qui sont dans nos pays. Et il faut affronter ce problème sans naïveté, en mobilisant les intellectuels, les enseignants et les représentants de ces communautés musulmanes, mais en étant intraitable. Et il y a aussi là, en matière politique, dans les médias, sur le plan éducatif, incontestablement un enjeu majeur. Quand je regarde les enquêtes d'opinion sur ce que pense une minorité, mais forte, des musulmans, et notamment dans la jeunesse, sur les valeurs universelles, sur les valeurs européennes, sur la démocratie ou sur ce qui se passe en Israël, je suis très inquiet. Et là, nous avons besoin, évidemment, de nous mobiliser. Et c'est mon dernier mot. En posant les sujets, en disant notre vérité, nous défendons la démocratie et nous devons être aux côtés d'Israël, seul État démocratique de cette région du Proche-Orient. En première ligne, nous avons été tous attaqués par le terrorisme et l'islamisme. C'est le même combat, évidemment, avec des nuances et des différences que nous menons ensemble. Et dans ce moment-là, tout particulièrement, ce qui se passe, ce n'est pas le problème d'Israël seulement, ce n'est pas le problème des Juifs seulement, c'est notre problème, celui des valeurs occidentales, des valeurs universelles, de la démocratie. Et aujourd'hui, plus que jamais, nous sommes tous, oui, nous sommes tous juifs.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Vaz. It's now my great privilege to invite Mr. George Andreas Papandreou, former Prime Minister of Greece. The floor is yours.
Dear President of Israel, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, we stand together in Krakow amidst the echoes of a past that will never and should never stop reverberating. The horrific sounds haunt us and remain all too relevant in our present world. Jean Amery, a Holocaust survivor, shared his torturous experiences in his memoirs At the Mind's Limits. Initially, when he began writing, he felt anti-Semitism was not present, or at least not visible. Yet years later, he felt the return of blatant anti-Semitism in Europe, which worryingly did not seem to spark widespread outrage. He cautioned against a growing divide in new generations and said that bridging this gap should not be achieved through insincere or shallow means. So Amory's words serve as a call to action. They urge us to reject superficial efforts at reconciliation and instead deeply examine the reasons behind these issues. So I believe we must actively confront the reemergence of extreme ideologies, fascist sentiments, that are once again threatening Jewish communities worldwide. And this resurgence is not limited to verbal attacks. It extends to violent acts against Jewish businesses, homes, synagogues, and cemeteries. It's one more reason why we cannot allow any attempt to diminish the Holocaust's depth of horror. To forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time. Wise words from Elie Wiesel. We are here on these International Holocaust Remembrance Days to solemnly reflect on the catastrophic extermination of 6 million Jews and countless others during the Second World War. But we must also remember how historically anti-Semitism has been a scourge, tracing its origins to medieval times when Jews were marked with badges, segregated, and demeaned. It took a revolution, the French Revolution, to begin a liberation from these practices, granting Jews equal rights and citizenship, if only in some and not all countries. Were the horrors of the Holocaust under the Nazi regime simply an aberration or the culmination of centuries of bigotry and hatred? Either way, the Holocaust was not just another episode of violence. It was a meticulously organized, genocide unparalleled in its systematic cruelty and precision. Primo Levi, a Holocaust survivor, once cautioned, "It happened and it can happen again." A sobering warning to us all that our duty as politicians and leaders goes beyond mere commemoration. We are obligated to implement tangible strategies to shift perspectives, fight against bias, dismantle the mechanisms of false information. This is crucial regardless of whether these stem from racist groups or extremist religious regimes. Education, particularly holistic education, stands as our strongest tool in this battle. Our focus shouldn't be limited to the content of history books, but should include the training of educators and the incorporation of social media literacy into our educational programs. In our era of demagoguery dominated by authoritarianism, nationalism, and misinformation, fueling hatred and violence, our commitment to civic education, genuine dialogue, and truthfulness is more important than ever. The suffering of the Jewish people is more than a mere historical account. This horrendous episode, the haunting questions as to why and how this happened, became fundaments of a new Europe. The Holocaust, the ongoing issue of anti-Semitism, are deeply interwoven with our democratic consciousness, a crucial part of the principles that guide institutions like the Council of Europe, the European Union, and the European Court of Human Rights to prevent such atrocities from ever again recurring. Recently, I have been elected as the General Rapporteur for Democracy at the Council of Europe. In this role, I am committed to developing and gathering effective strategies to combat anti-Semitism and racism vigorously. This effort is vital in upholding human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, which are the cornerstones of peace across our continent. That is why it deeply saddens us to witness the current conflict. It wouldn't be honest for me to attempt discussing it in depth. The incidents of October 7th, including the terrorist attack by Hamas, the widespread incidents of rape and torture, must be unequivocally denounced. These horrors have profoundly affected us all who have been working for peace in the Middle East. Despite this grim reality, we must still believe in the possibility of peace. On this Remembrance Day, let our thoughts be with the innocent hostages, demanding their release, their safe return to their loved ones. Mr. President, the Holocaust has impacted each and all of us. In Greece, we mourn the loss of one of the most flourishing Jewish communities. My grandfather, who resisted the Nazi regime, managed to flee Greece thanks to a Jewish boat convoy aiding in the escape of Jews. He found refuge in Cairo, Egypt, where he assumed the role of prime minister in exile. From there, he made a speech expressing his deep respect for the Jewish people's achievements in their historic homeland, acknowledging Greece's early support of the 1917 Balfour Declaration, and he remained then hopeful for a resolution to the challenges faced by the Jewish people and their right to settle in their ancestral land. Upon his return to a free Greece, he swiftly enacted legislation for the restitution of property to Jewish survivors, symbolically acknowledging the immense suffering of the Greek Jewish community. He was an ardent advocate of human rights and democracy. Tragically, his life ended under house arrest during a subsequent dictatorship, earning him the nickname the Old Man of Democracy. And that brings me to a final point. Our battle against anti-Semitism is not just for the sake of the Jewish community. It is a stand for all of us, and certainly for those who suffer under the yoke of bigotry, hatred, and persecution. It is a commitment to a world where diversity is not just tolerated, but celebrated with dignity for all. Let us remember the words of Anne Frank, "What is done cannot be undone, but one can prevent it happening again." This is our pledge to remember, to act, and to hope for a future where tolerance, understanding, and peace prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Papandreou. Also with us on table are the former Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Stefan Löfven, who will be honored to hear your greetings. If I may say, short greetings.
Yes, you may. First, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you, President Rivlin, for this. I am very honored to be part of this group. I will do my utmost, of course. Last time before this, today, I met President was at Yad Vashem when we commemorated the 75th year of liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. That was a very strong moment, a very strong, powerful reminder of how wrong mankind can be, how wrong mankind can act, how evil mankind can actually be. Now, the fact that it is 75 years ago is also some kind of trap. One perspective is that 75 years ago it happened, it won't happen again. Or 75 years we forgot. What happened during the Holocaust was evil forces, evil ideology that made this horror happen. That was then. But I think we have to be realistic and realize that those kind of ideology exist also today. I think that the worst we can do towards ourselves is to pretend that it's not there. It is there. That is our best vaccination. We are not automatically vaccinated against anti-Semitism, but we can vaccinate ourselves if we act properly. And if we also understand, not only realistic, but also that we can't be so naive. We have to make sure that we see what can happen and we act against it. For me, this is a matter of leadership. So thank you for your leadership. And we in the group, I guess, will do our best to show leadership. We did that when we were active as PMs in other positions. But this can't stop when you stop as an active politician. You have to go on and go on and go on and go on forever, because this evil ideology is out there. It's our duty to make sure it doesn't spread and that it cannot be acted upon the way it did during the Holocaust. So never again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Löfven. I now invite the distinguished forum members to sign the charter of the new Forum of European Leaders to Combat Anti-Semitism. You may see on the screen. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Together, we will do great things and help stop the threat to society, the virus of anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
I will short video now. What do we have?
I woke up in the morning to the sounds of gunfire and shouting. Before I realized what was happening, the scary people came and shot my father. They shot my father to death. My mother protected me and tried to save me, but they also murdered her, stabbing her repeatedly with a knife in front of my eyes. I ran to the neighbor's house to hide, but found them all dead on the floor. I hid quietly in the closet for 15 hours, and that's how I survived. My name is Leah Koenig. I am 94 years old. I survived the Holocaust. I've experienced horrors, but this is not my story. This is the story of hundreds of children and families from Israel who were massacred and murdered by Hamas in the terrorist attack of October 7th. Now I must tell their story as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, anti-Semitism is a real world problem. It is also a virtual world problem, online and on social media. It is now my greatest honor to welcome on stage Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Ben Shapiro. We kindly ask if there will be photo opportunities that will be only after the interview. We kindly ask everyone to not approach him now because it's not going to lead anywhere. So we kindly ask also all the journalists, all the photographers, please to wait at the back of the room. Thank you very much. So the interview will be moderated by Ben Shapiro. If any of the journalists have any questions to ask, it might be an opportunity at the end of the interview, or you can go to one of our press team and hand over the questions to them. Yes, Mr. We will perhaps screen another greetings we received from one of the new member of the forum, and then we will start the interview.
Dear Chair and dear friend, dear President Rivlin, despite some unforeseen circumstances, it is with great honor and emotion that I will remotely participate from Athens in the emblematic Leaders Forum in Auschwitz on the uncompromising fight against anti-Semitism and racism. Please rest assured that my dedication to our common goal remains unshakable. Commemorate and honor the tragic victims of the horrific Holocaust, the greatest crime against humanity, and to always fulfill our common duty. Never again. We Greeks would be honored if, in the near future, the Leaders Forum for the commemoration of the Holocaust were to be hosted in Athens or better in Thessaloniki, a city in which, as you well know, Mr. President, because we worked actively together, the Greek New Holocaust Museum will be erected. I very much look forward to joining you in person in the next Leaders Forum meeting.
Thank you. This was the former president of Greece, and you also member of the Forum of Leaders, together with other leaders who are joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome on stage Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Ben Shapiro. Sorry. Before we start, I just would like to express gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Musk for taking the time to join us today. In our times, we seek to see more friends, and we are appreciating very much the time you took to be with us today. And as a token of appreciation for taking the time to be with us today, if I may present something to you, please. This was made out of a rocket. A rocket that fell on a kindergarten in Be'eri in Israel, and it was a miracle that kids were not killed during this when the rocket fell. It's an artist, Israeli artist by name Yoron Bob, who take this artist and use it in order to show a message how even rockets could become a symbol for never again. Thank you very much. It's quite heavy. If I may just, it's written here, presented to Mr. Elon Musk in January 2024, in recognition and appreciation of your fight against anti-Semitism, and to mark your visit to Auschwitz from the European Jewish Association. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, it was an honor to walk with you today at Auschwitz. It was actually my first time there as well.
Sorry, Ben, we just have a very short video to present first, and then we
sure,
start. I apologize. You know, Mr. Musk, when we were walking around Auschwitz together earlier on today, I couldn't help ask myself if the horror of the death camp could have been possible if social media was around in these days. After the Holocaust, one of the most heard sentences was, "We did not know." Today, everything is in public. Everybody is a journalist or eyewitness. Please watch how it could have been used. You have it in front of you, sir. could have saved millions of lives. I remember you saying AI is potentially the most pressing risk to humans. I must tell you that there is a clear and present danger of a different AI. This is anti-Semitic incitement. This is why I really wanted you to be here with us, Elon, because this AI ended up fueling the ovens at Auschwitz, empowering the trains and took the cattle trucks of Jews to be murdered. Ben, thank you very much for coming too. Your work needs little introduction. A passionate conservative, an imported media provider, a devoted father and husband, an advocate of family values, a staunch defender of Israel, and above all, a proud Jew. Millions follow you, watch you, listen to you, and learn from you. Kol hakavod to you. And with that said, I now hand over to you, Ben, for your discussion. Thank you very much.
I apologize for the premature beginning there, but yeah, Elon, obviously we walked Auschwitz. I said I hadn't been there before either. First of all, just wanted to get your thoughts on what it was like to walk Auschwitz and Birkenau today.
Well, it was incredibly moving and deeply sad and tragic that humans could do this to other humans. It's good to have the memorial, as the plaque says, so that it never happens again. No, I mean, I'm a student of history, so I'd seen the pictures, I'd seen the videos, but it's not quite. It hits you much more in the heart when you see it in person. I'm still absorbing, frankly, the magnitude of the tragedy that I witnessed, or the place where the tragedy occurred. I think it'll take a few days to sink in, frankly. As was mentioned, if there'd been social media, I think it wouldn't have been impossible to hide. If there's been freedom of speech as well, So, one of the first things the Nazis did when they came in is they shut down all the press and any means of conveying information. So, and it's worth noting in the United States, the First Amendment in the United States was freedom of speech, because the people that came to the United States from other countries did not have freedom of speech. That if they had said something, they could be imprisoned or killed. And that's why the first correction to the Constitution was the ability to say what you want to say and not be thrown in prison or killed.
Yeah, Elon is obviously the CEO of X, which is the largest news service on the internet, the place where a huge number of people, including me, get the news. You've been committed since you took over to a much broader perception of free speech on the outlet. And that's led to a lot of criticisms about suggestions of rising anti-Semitism on the outlet as well. I can say for my own part that the broadening of speech on Twitter, I think, has been, and on X, has been an excellent thing. One of the things that I was able to do, for example, in the aftermath of October 7th, was actually put out full footage and pictures of what exactly was happening.
You can see what's really happening, so and the true horror. The true horror is something people need to be able to see if they want to see it.
And the community notes feature has allowed for people to, even when things that are false are put up that used to maybe pass in real time, now you can correct all of that. How do you balance the necessity for free speech with all these critiques about, what is hate speech, what is anti-Semitism, and how do you balance that?
Well, the general bias of the platform is in favor of free speech. And I think at the end of the day, free speech wins in that if somebody says something that's false, especially on our platform, you can then reply to it with the correction. And then I'm a huge fan of community notes. We've put maximum resources and attention behind community notes. So if somebody tries to push a falsehood, like Holocaust denial or something like that, they can immediately be corrected. and you can't get rid of the tag. It's like stuck on you. So I think it's, and the overarching goal for the X platform is to be the best source of truth in the world. So now, one can, it's difficult to get to perfect truth, and sometimes people have different interpretations of truth, but one can always aspire to be as accurate as possible and to minimize the error between what is being said and reality. Relentless pursuit of the truth is the goal with X, and allowing people to say what they want to say, even if it's controversial, provided that it does not break the law. I think that's the right thing to do.
And setting the new standard for the town square, as I say, has allowed for more speech and more availability of information than ever before, certainly on the platform. You recently didn't just go here. Obviously, after October 7th, you went to Israel and you saw the wages of horrific anti-Semitism in the various kibbutzim and moshavim.
I saw all the videos. I saw a lot of video. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was shocking to see. I think maybe the most shocking thing was to see the delight in killing innocent people, like the delight in killing kids and defenseless women and men, and there was no remorse, quite the opposite. I mean, that requires a level of indoctrination that is extremely intense. So I think that to solve that, you have to address the source of the indoctrination, because no one should ever be glad about killing some child.
I know an enormous number of Jews, myself included, are very moved that you continue to wear the necklace in remembrance of the hostages. So I want to thank you for that, obviously, because raising the profile of the fact there's still dozens of men, women, and children.
So many. I checked before I came. So many hostages. I hope they're alive. I hope they come back.
So let's talk about the uptick in anti-Semitism more broadly. One of the things that's been hard to watch as a Jew, but also just as an American and a Westerner, has been the radical upsurge in anti-Semitic activity, just generally, anti-Semitic sentiment, appallingly, after October 7th. It's been astonishing, actually.
Yes, and I must admit to being somewhat, frankly, naive about this. In the circles that I move, I see almost no anti-Semitism. And there's this old joke, I've got like this one Jewish friend. No, I have like 2/3 of my friends are Jewish, okay? I have twice as many Jewish friends as non-Jewish friends. I'm like Jewish by association. I'm aspirationally Jewish. So I don't, I was like, what are people talking about with this anti-Semitism? Because I never hear it at dinner conversations. It's like an absurdity, at least in my friend circles. But when, looking at the pro-Hamas rallies in vast numbers that took place in almost every major city in the West, blew my mind. And including on the elite college campuses that are supposed to be, if you're an elite college campus, you're supposed to be enlightened. You're not supposed to be fostering hate. And yet you had these pro-Hamas demonstrations at Harvard, Yale, including at Penn. I went to UPenn, at Penn, and I was like, this is unbelievable.
I mean, there's a poll recently from Harvard-Harris showing that some 67% of people aged 18 to 24 said that the Jews were an oppressor class, which, in America, Jews represent approximately 7 million Jews in the United States, out of 330 million Americans, tiny percentage of the population. But that ideology, that the Jews are an oppressor class, matches up very nicely and very closely with what is a conspiracy theory. At root, anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory, and it's a conspiracy theory about power. And if you read Nazi literature, the Nazis literally promoted the idea that Jews were, of course, this small, caste of people who were running all of the major industries, who were standing behind all world power. As Hitler's suggestion is that it was world Jewry that stood behind Germany's loss in World War I, and then the Allies' unwillingness to make a deal with Germany prior to World War II. And that theory of power and group identity is really ugly, and we see echoes of it today. I mean, the diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology that basically suggests that all of society is a vast pyramid of group identity, and that at the very top are the people who are successful, and that those people are exploiting everybody else. And we can tell who's successful by their group identity, not by their level of success, by their group identity.
Yes.
That matches up incredibly. It syncs up almost a Venn diagram circle with anti-Semitism.
Absolutely. The diversity and equity and inclusion, you should always be wary of any name that sounds like it could come out of a George Orwell book. Okay? That's never a good sign. Because it sounds like, sure, diversity, equity, inclusion, these all sound like nice words, but what it really means is discrimination on the basis of race, sex, and sexual orientation, and it's against merit, and thus I think is fundamentally anti-Semitic. So, I think the whole, all of the riots that were in the major cities and college campuses, I think was a shocking wake-up call to, I think any sort of civilization or civil-minded person, really. It was quite a shock.
Now, the crossover between some of these rallies on college campuses in favor of Hamas, I mean, they unite the weirdest coalitions maybe in human history. You'll see LGBTQ flags in favor of Hamas, where, of course, if an LGBTQ person were to be actually in the Gaza Strip, they would no longer be in the Gaza Strip, they would be dead.
Yes, exactly.
And that coalition is...
That's like seriously out of touch.
Yeah. But it isn't. But it only isn't out of touch in the sense that there is a coalitional idea here that basically power structures must be torn down at all costs, and if that means allying with people who hate me, then I'll ally with people who hate me. And the fact that that's grown in fervor since October 7th really is, as I said to me on a personal level, quite shocking. What do you make of the future of a West if the West continues to embrace that idea?
Well, I think we really need to stop this principle that the weaker, normally weaker party is always right. This is simply not true. If you are, in quotes, oppressed or the weaker party, it doesn't mean you're right. Because if some of those, weaker groups want to annihilate you, that does not make them good. We have to get rid of the rule that if you're weaker, you're automatically good. That's obviously makes no sense. It often makes sense where it's like, okay, you don't want to beat up on someone smaller and weaker than you. But if that smaller group wants to kill you, they're bad. Okay. I'm a big believer in moral absolutism, not moral relativism. There's good and bad in the absolute, and you judge any group or individual against absolute moral standards, not whether they're the so-called oppressed or oppressor, just on absolute moral terms. Are they doing good things? Do they want to murder innocent people? That's bad. It doesn't matter who they are.
You would think, but the pseudo-sophisticates on college campus seem to think differently. And so I wanted to get your take on why you think this is so prevalent on college campuses. What do you think the future of the universities in the United States looks like, given the fact that entire universities appear to have been corrupted by moral relativism and this sort of perverse ideology? Do you think that a wave of change is coming to the universities? Do you think that there's going to be direct hiring out of high school? What is the solution for universities in the United States as well as abroad?
I think we need to return to where things were, or mostly were, which is a focus on merit, and it doesn't matter whether you're a man, woman, what race you are, what beliefs you have. What matters is you know, how good are you at your job, or what are your skills? You know, you could be a three-legged green Martian, you know, wears a kimono and drinks yak's milk. Who cares? Doesn't matter. You know, what matters is like how good is your work. That's it. That's the least sort of racist, sexist you can be. Is just care about the work that somebody does and not anything else. That's what the focus needs to be to return to. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems as though you mentioned earlier the sort of problems of attacks on the meritocracy, and you know, one of the claims is that there's no real meritocracy. There's a pseudo meritocracy, that basically all these institutions are run for the benefit of those who run the institutions, and it feels like there is some truth to the idea that institutions have lost credibility with the people, particularly in the West. And in the backlash to that, I think that there's now, you know, sort of an idea that if we do away with all institutions and all limits on moral behavior, then that somehow is better. But there needs to be a recapturing of the institutions, or at least a rebuilding in place of those institutions, new things. And that's something, obviously, that you're very focused on, not only with X, but your other companies, is building new things, innovation, try and create our way out of the problems that we've created for ourselves.
Yeah, I think generally people should always be wary that they may have either consciously or perhaps mostly subconsciously internalized the notion of a zero-sum game or a fixed pie. And if you internalize that everything's zero-sum, meaning like in order for me to get ahead, someone else has to not get ahead, or for me to have stuff, someone else must not have stuff. If you have that axiomatic flaw, then what it needs to be done is to fix that axiomatic flaw, because it is false. It's not a zero-sum game. We can absolutely grow and have grown, and the evidence is overwhelming that we have grown the output of goods and services. We have many things today that we did not have in the past. We are far more prosperous. All of humanity is far more prosperous today than it was at times in the past. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where, you know, we'd count a good year as one where, well, the bubonic plague wasn't that bad, only killed 10%. You know, not that many people starved through the winter. We only lost, 5% of our population due to raids from other tribes. You know, basically life used to be very rough in the old days. If they could see us now, they'd be like, what are you guys complaining about? This is amazing. Not having to worry about food for, I mean, we were food constrained for probably the last 100,000 years until recently. So, really the present day future is amazing compared to the past. And anyone who doesn't think it's amazing is not a good student of history. So I think we live in the most interesting of times and probably the best of times.
One of the things that I would hope that, and I think you're part of this, is a coalition of meritocrats standing up for the meritocracy is going to be deeply necessary in a future where trust has been fragmented with so many institutions. We're going to have to stand up and loudly say that merit still exists and that merit is individually based, not based on innate characteristics of some sort. So you mentioned earlier that you're aspirationally Jewish, that you surround yourself with, that you're surrounded by so many Jews. So are you part of the Jewish conspiracy? What exactly is the...
Maybe.
That'll please the haters online.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
No, I mean, I grew up around a lot of Jewish people. I went to Hebrew preschool, Rachel Spiro in South Africa. My name is very Jewish.
I will tell you that for the past 10 years, people have assumed in my community that you were Jewish until I informed them otherwise.
Yeah.
Elon is a pretty Jewish name.
He's super Jewish.
Yeah.
And then I went to Israel when I was 13. Visited Masada. I'm certainly checking the boxes on a lot of things. Like I said, most of my friends are Jewish, just worked out that way. So sometimes I guess maybe I forget. Maybe, am I Jewish? I'm Jewish. Aspirationally Jewish.
So, when you hear critiques about X, right, about the amount of anti-Semitism on X, what are the metrics that you're seeing from the inside about the amount of anti-Semitism or quote-unquote hate speech, because it's always a vaguely defined term, hate speech, on your platform?
Yeah, I mean, the outside audits that we've had done, at least the ones that we've had done, show that there was the least amount of anti-Semitism on X. If you look at all the other social, like, it's never going to be zero if you've got 600 million people on a platform. Expecting it to be anything to be zero is extremely unlikely because you've got 600 million people on a platform. But when they compare us to Instagram, TikTok, TikTok's actually got a lot of anti-Semitism.
TikTok is pretty terrifying. If people have not checked out TikTok, I mean, the algorithm is absolutely pushing you toward pro-Hamas material.
Yes, it is. I believe we have TikTok has like 5 times the amount of anti-Semitism per post than we do. So it's not, like I said, it's not going to be zero. But to the best of our knowledge, it has the least amount of anti-Semitism of any platform.
Legacy media has spent an awful lot of ink on you. There's been a lot of attempts to paint you as anti-Semitic or paint X as anti-Semitic. Where do you think that's coming from? Why does the legacy media seem to have you, particularly in the last year and a half, in the crosshairs so much?
Well, I mean, the reality is that X is competition for the legacy media. So, X is where people go to get the most current news and learn about the world. So, the legacy media is our direct competitors. So they're really going to find every angle to try to cancel X. I mean, if you want to know why things are happening, look at the incentives. So, and legacy media has had a tough time with respect to usage. The numbers I saw was that the sort of traditional print cable television viewership went down something like 20-30% last year. On the other hand, X went up roughly that same, roughly 20-30%. So it's a direct competition for people's attention. So if there's some attack they can levy against me, they will.
It seems as though one of the other matters is not just direct competition between the media and X, but also that the legacy media for most of my life, up until the past 15 years, performed what they saw as a gatekeeping function. They were the ones who got to define the narrative. They were the ones who got to determine what was appropriate news and what was inappropriate news. And then even after social media arose, in the early days, there was this sort of the sort of things that you articulate were actually articulated by virtually all the social media heads. Mark Zuckerberg used to say the kinds of things that you say. Jack Dorsey used to say the kinds of things that you said. And then there seemed to be an institutional takeover by a lot of legacy media types in terms of the kinds of rules and restrictions that were placed on what you could and could not say on these platforms, who would get banned, who would not get banned. Advertisers weaponized against particular outlets if those outlets didn't follow the diktats that were put forward by these types. And it seems like since you took over, one of the biggest objection of all is that they're not performing the gatekeeping function anymore, someone else is.
Well, yes, I mean, I don't think that there should be a gatekeeping function by a small number of individuals. I mean, if you say like for newspapers in America, there are about 5 editors that decide what gets put on the front page, or what to focus on or what not to focus on, and most of the other papers just copy them essentially. So, but is that really what we want? Do we want just a handful of people deciding what they think is important, or should it be that the people decide what's important? And I think it should be sort of an organic thing where the people decide what's important and what to focus on, not just a handful of editors. Yeah, they don't like the fact that this power has been taken away from them, but I think it should be.
I want to go back to something that you said a little bit earlier, talking about the idea that on a moral level, there's nothing that suggests that simple weakness is itself virtue, that a weak person can be virtuous but doesn't necessarily mean that they are a powerful person. Yes. can be, the victimizer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are. That logic carried forward, particularly to what's going on in Israel right now, has been, in my opinion, entirely pernicious and wrong. There's this idea that because Israel is a powerful, militarily sophisticated country that is doing its best to limit civilian casualties in one of the most population-dense areas of the world, in which you have terrorists who are honeycombed throughout every aspect of society, building literally hundreds of miles of tunnels, the entire London subway system worth of tunnels underneath the ground, that somehow, Israel targeting those systems and killing a lot of people, because when you kill terrorists, unfortunately, and they're embedded among civilians, it's terrible and it's horrifying, but every one of those deaths is on the terrorist group that embeds itself with civilians. There's been this logic has been mapped onto that conflict, that smaller and weaker means morally virtuous because victimized.
Yeah. It really has come completely full circle from, or 180 degrees from what has historically been the case. So through most of history, the operating principle has been might makes right. So yeah, for really up until modern times, might makes right was the, if you were stronger, you were right. Now we've sort of flipped it to if you're weaker, you're right. But neither is true. There is rightness independent of strength or weakness. Just because somebody's strong doesn't mean they're right, and because somebody's weak doesn't mean they're right. You have to look at morals in the absolute.
So on a broader level, Elon, you talk a lot about your hope for humanity. I'd say that you're somebody who really loves humanity, which is why you talk about expanding humanity's reach out to the stars. When you go to a place like Auschwitz, or when you walk the villages like Kibbutz Be'eri after October 7th, does that change your opinion of humanity, or does it reinforce what you think humanity can be on both the positive side and on the negative side?
I think it is actually human nature to love humanity unless you are indoctrinated otherwise. So I think the actual default for most people is to love humanity and to love being around their fellow humans. You can take, for example, like what's one of the worst punishments in prison is solitary confinement. And all solitary confinement means is that you don't get to hang out with the other prisoners, which might not be the best group of people to hang out with. But even that is considered a terrible punishment, to not be able to hang out with other prisoners. So in truth, I think in our nature, we all love humanity unless we are indoctrinated otherwise. And so we have to stop that indoctrination.
So how do you think that people ought to pursue that? Because obviously we have seen indoctrination at a wide variety of levels, ranging from sort of soft indoctrination in various schools in the West to very, very hard indoctrination that you see in, for example, the Gaza Strip, where kids are literally, unfortunately, at very young ages, they have graduation ceremonies that we've seen tapes of where they're reenacting kidnapping of Israeli soldiers or killing of Israeli soldiers, for example.
That fundamentally has to be addressed, or there will not be peace. The education of kids in Gaza, the indoctrination of hate into kids in Gaza has to stop. So when I was in Israel, I was like, that was my top recommendation, is like, you've got to make sure, I understand the need for this to invade Gaza, and unfortunately some innocent people will die. There's no way around it. But the most important thing is to ensure that afterwards, that the indoctrination, where kids are taught from as soon as they can understand language, that their goal is to kill Israelis. And if you're told that from when you're a toddler, well, you're going to believe it. And that needs to stop.
Yeah. On a technological side, what do you think can be done there? Because actually this is one of the areas where the Gaza Strip isn't famous for its internet access. There are a lot of places around the world where the government puts an extraordinarily heavy hand on the flow of information. You were mentioning that the Nazis, first thing they did was take over the entire press mechanism inside Germany and then inside the occupied areas of Europe. But that obviously happens all over the world right now. And one of the things you've used Starlink for is to try and open up some of those avenues of information. But what can you do? What should we be aiming at?
It's worth noting also that the Nazis engaged in extreme censorship within Germany for anything that was pro-Semitic. I'm not sure I don't know how many people are aware of that, but they censored any pro-Semitic, anyone who tried to defend the Jews in Germany. Anything pro-Semitic was censored. So, I think freedom of speech and rigorous pursuit of the truth is one way to get to defeat hatred.
You know, when I look at the United States,
maybe the way. Yeah.
Well, when I look at the United States, one of the things that seems to be breaking down, and when the first element historically, maybe the last element of a society in a state of mental decline, is a vast outbreak of anti-Semitism. This is what was happening in not only Nazi Germany, but historically, countries that are in a state of decline tend to have wild outbreaks of anti-Semitism. And it seems to me that one of the key things that can reverse that process is the rebuilding of local institutions. And as local institutions break down, you see sort of this fragmentation of the population at large. How do you merge the need for technological development with the building of those local institutions, families, churches, schools, the kinds of things that societies are built upon?
Yeah, actually, I should say there were really three things that were my strong recommendation visiting Israel. One is, obviously, one has to get rid of Hamas fighters where reform is impossible. Their only goal is to kill Israelis. They ought to be either killed or imprisoned, because otherwise they will simply kill more Israelis. Then the second thing is you've got to change the indoctrination in the schools so that kids are not taught to hate from the moment they are 2 years old. And then the third thing is, and which is a very hard thing to do in this situation, is conspicuous acts of kindness to the people in Gaza. Conspicuous acts of kindness to the people in Gaza. It's just that much harder to hate someone if you do nice things for them, even if they try to bite your hand when you do it. Keep doing it. And you look at the Marshall Plan after, look at the difference between World War I and World War II, where after World War I, Germany got an unfair share of the blame. It led to immense bitterness. It's what allowed Hitler to rise to power, was the embittered German soldiers from World War I. But then you look in contrast to what happened after World War II. You had the Marshall Plan. So you had, you had the United States coming in and actually funding the rebuilding of Germany and the rebuilding of Japan. How often does that happen in history? But look at the results. No war with Germany, peace with Japan and Germany for now. Soon it'll be almost a century.
So when you look at the state of the West right now, somebody, maybe it's all the doom scrolling, but when you look at the state of the West right now, you're very optimistic, it sounds like. I find it hard to be optimistic in this moment. It's been a very ugly couple of years, from Ukraine to the current conflict in Israel and Hamas, to domestic politics in the United States and everywhere else. It seems like there's a lot of polarization, a lot of fragmentation. What do you think is the future of the West? Can we come together around any sense of shared common values, especially given the fact that everybody is kind of drinking from the fire hose of information? One of the downsides the upside of information is the availability. The downside is, choice paralysis and overload.
I mean, you can definitely get information overload. There's so much information coming at you these days because you can get all the world's information in real time, and it's impossible for one human to digest all that. I think there are some things that we can agree on, or most people would agree on, are cool and inspiring, like humanity going to the moon. If you ask probably kids almost anywhere in the world, what's the coolest thing humans have ever done? I think a lot of kids would say, we went to the moon. And so I think we want to continue that spirit of exploration. You know, speaking of kind of growing the pie, and is that we want to, I think, have a dream that we can be a spacefaring civilization, a multi-planet species, a multi-stellar species, and go out there among the stars and discover the nature of the universe. That we can collectively seek greater enlightenment to better understand this incredible universe we live in. I find that very compelling. I think most people would find that very compelling.
I think embedded in that is also, as you say, that core value of meritocracy. Because it's one thing to say man can go to the moon. It's another thing to say I can be part of man going to the moon. And a meritocracy suggests that you can be part of that. It's not just that human beings are capable of doing the thing. It's that you can be a part of that thing if you work hard enough, if you innovate enough, if you try hard enough. And so societies that seem to have given up on that also seem to have given up on going to the moon. Societies that are so reflective about their own supposed flaws, the United States has this problem right now, that they are unwilling to simply say freedom is pretty phenomenal and meritocracy is the greatest thing that's ever been invented. And we should hold on to that. And that's what's going to allow us to get to the moon. That stops us from going to the moon or to Mars or to anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there's many wonderful, interesting things that are happening besides space exploration. Obviously, as time goes by, we improve our ability to cure cancer, to cure many diseases. There's increased access to information. And people talk a lot about inequality, but what about the equality of access to information? That's incredible. You know, right now, if you've got you know, a very cheap electronic device at an internet cafe, you can access all of the lectures of MIT for free. You can access almost any book. You can learn anything. This is an equality of access to information that was unthinkable even 20, 30 years ago. You can teach yourself how to do anything for free. That's amazing. Maybe there's like too much focus on the things that are unequal, but we forget about the things that are equal and that have improved inequality so much, like access to information. You know, that's one of the things that we're trying to help out with Starlink is provide access, internet access to people who don't have internet access or where it's too expensive for them to afford. Because once you have internet access, you can learn anything and you can sell your products and services. So I think that's pretty amazing. I mean, you know, that's sort of like, if we're going to count our flaws, we should also count our blessings.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is amazing about what you've been doing, Elon, is that it's not just, you know, the business side of you that's important, obviously. You've become this unbelievably, you know, large figure looming in the public imagination, and that means that when you tweet, it has, you know, impact that is very large. How do you decide when to tweet? Sometimes it's memory, sometimes it's joking, sometimes it's these long thought out posts. How do you decide when to tweet? How do you inform yourself on the topics that you're tweeting about?
Well, I do post a lot on the X platform. You know, sometimes 100 times a day. So, you know, once in a while I'll do something dumb, for sure. But I really, you know, I try to say things that I think are interesting or funny. I mean, there must be some reason why 169 million people follow me. I guess, I don't know. I must be keeping them amused in some way. So amuse, entertain, you know, have opinions on something. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right. You know, and for things like community notes, it applies to me as well as it applies to anyone else. So if I say something that's incorrect or, you know, not full context, then community notes will correct me very quickly. So, but it's only me doing these posts ever. I don't have a team or anything. In fact, I generally would recommend for leaders of the world to just literally post your own stuff. And once in a while, you'll make a mistake. Don't worry about it.
So, yeah.
Can't win them all. Nobody bats 1,000.
So, obviously, where we visited today, you know, the big takeaway always is never again. I think that the question that a lot of Jews worldwide asked after October 7th and after that wild upsurge of anti-Semitism, which we've seen, the Jew hatred that continues now, is whether never again really for a lot of people meant never again between the years 1939 and 1945, or whether it actually means never again, like right now. As in, if there is a genocidal group that wishes to kill lots of Jews, is that something that you wish to stand up against right now? And when you look out at the world and the state of the world, you know, the video that EJ put up a moment ago suggesting that the Holocaust would have been somewhat mitigated, or people may have had more information. Or been able to, certainly been able to escape earlier. I mean, one of the things that's astonishing, obviously, about the history of the Holocaust is how many Jews, because they were only getting partial information, it was slow and it was gradual, and by the time they wanted to get out, it was just too late for them to get out. You know, what are your hopes that never again is a real thing?
I mean, I certainly hope there's not a Holocaust. That's for
How
sure.
realistically is it?
I think it's unlikely, frankly. So at least if you say like, I mean, I could be naive, but I think the probability of a Holocaust in the West is extremely tiny. You know, I think if you look at, say, the Nazis, I think Hitler got like a third of the vote or something like that when he was he was sort of semi-elected and then did basically a coup. But think of all the people that fought to destroy Nazism. The millions and millions of people that fought and who died to destroy Nazism. That's the vast majority of the West opposed, even in those days, opposed Nazism and fought and died. And my grandfather was in World War II for almost 6 years. All his friends got killed. He was the only one of his friends to survive. And he was severely traumatized. Like, he really just couldn't even talk afterwards. Most of that time was in East Africa, North Africa, Italy. The only reason he's even alive, frankly, is because towards the end of the war, they gave like an aptitude test, because he was just a corporal. He didn't graduate high school, so he wasn't eligible for officer school. And they plucked him out probably right before he died and sent him to work for British intelligence in London, which is where he met my grandmother. You know, so he was one of the people fighting to stop the Nazis, and many, along with millions of others. You know, so let's not forget that the vast majority of the West fought and died to stop Nazism.
So I had the chance to briefly meet your 3-year-old today.
Oh yeah,
he's
a fun guy.
Adorable. I have a 3-year-old of my own, so they're all very similar. But you know, as you have some kids who are much older, you have kids who are younger, obviously. When it comes to teaching them about things like the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, how do you address those topics?
Well, my kids are pretty well read, so they read a lot of history. They're not ignorant on the subject. I mean, maybe the 3-year-old is, sure. But,
I would hope, yes.
You know, can't read, so. No, my kids are very well read, so. But I have had some sort of disturbing conversations with sort of some, say, nephews, or some family members, not my kids, but kids of family members, where I was actually shocked to see anti-Semitism, or at least, yeah. One disturbing conversation was, saying that that we deserve to have the trade towers destroyed because of our terrible foreign policy. And I was like, this is what they're teaching you in elite New York high schools? This is messed up.
Well, Elon, I think I personally, Jews all over the world, and a lot of people in this room want to thank you for not only visiting Auschwitz, but also for visiting Israel after October 7th and for the strong moral voice you've been on behalf of the fight against anti-Semitism. It's great to spend time with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Elon. Thank you, Ben, for a very, very interesting interview. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the answers. I would like now, please, to call the 10th President of the State of Israel, Reuven Rivlin, and Dr. Joel Mergui, the President of the Consistoire of Paris, for a brief picture, please. The 10th President of Israel. Dr. Mergui. Thank you. And Joel. Dr. Joel Mergui, the President of the Consistoire of France. We'll take, please, a picture before we move on with the program. Thank you. President Rivlin, if we please could call you for the... Okay. Okay. House, we hold it again? It's quite heavy. Okay. Okay. Please, yeah, please do. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We'll let things settle for a minute. And then we'll continue with our last program item of the day. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats again, please, I'd be extremely grateful. Thank you. I'll give everyone another few seconds, and then we'll continue. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we covered a lot of ground since this morning, but there's one item that I really wanted to close today with. And this issue is an issue which we at the EGA find is incredible that it still exists. That is the trade of what I call Nazi memorabilia. These are various knickknacks that are found in an attic somewhere, such as Eva Braun's dog collars or Wehrmacht toilet paper or any number of random items that have no intrinsic historical value. And I remember it was about three or 4 years ago, there was an auction in Munich where they were selling some of these items. And we raised the issue in the media, and something quite incredible happened. Josef, I'm going to ask you to play the video, please.
He spent more than $660,000 of his own money to buy Adolf Hitler's personal belongings that had gone up for auction in a sale in Germany.
November 2019. An auction house in Germany is selling the personal items of Nazi leaders, including Hitler. The European Jewish Association was outraged. The items could fall into the hands of neo-Nazi fanatics, or worse.
What kind of people look to buy personal belongings of Adolf Hitler and others, if not because of those people are their inspiration?
The auction house refused to stop the sale despite the public and media outcry. But Abdallah Shatila, a Lebanese Christian businessman, heard our call and bought much of the collection and gave it to Keren HaYesod in order to be kept at Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. He too didn't want it falling into the wrong hands. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me and welcome Mr. Abdallah Shatila to the stage.
So, Abdallah, it's really good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
From one
He
entrepreneur.
spent more than $660,000.
There we go. So we finished with one entrepreneur, and we close with another. Abdallah, I should say from the outset, we found it quite incredible. First of all, that you've been so engaged since then. Secondly, that you did something quite amazing before you came here. And I hope you don't mind me mentioning it, but Abdallah tattooed his arm. Perhaps you'd like to show everyone as a tribute to those murdered in Auschwitz and in other camps. Mr. Shatila had the number tattooed. Now, I was talking about Nazi memorabilia. Can you tell us how you came to be involved in this? I mean, we just saw the video, but take us from the beginning as to how it happened.
First of all, I think the beginning is who I am. I think I'm Lebanese, I'm born Christian Lebanese. I'm an atheist, I don't believe in God. I look like Buddha. I have a Muslim name, I have a Jewish soul. But before anything, I'm human. And I kept repeating it, and I'm looking just in front of me, my dear friend, President Revlin, who hosted us in the palace, in the President House. And for me, what I did wasn't really something that was very special. It was felt special because I wasn't Jewish, because I'm not Jewish, because I'm Lebanese mostly. But I believe that every one of us has to think about the others as a human. And today I asked to talk because I believe that what has happened after October 7, what is happening now, and the rise of anti-Semitism is just, unfortunately, shows the importance of us humans behaving like humans and us understanding the pain of others. That's why the symbolism of that purchase today is even more important than it was 3-4 years ago because of the events. And what happened was very simple. I was reading the news, and then I heard my dear friend Margolin, Rav Margolin, mention the fact that legally he couldn't stop the auction. And I just said, he's right, legally he can, but we can stop it by just buying some of the most important items and give them away to make sure that those items don't end up in the wrong hands.
Right, so, I mean, that was, we saw 2019, right? And here we are in 2024, and regrettably, for now,
these auctions are still taking place. Now, one of the reasons that you became involved with the EGA is we, starting as soon as this conference is over, working with my colleagues in Germany, we're going to pull together a big event in the Bundestag, because we find it incredible that Germany has some of the most stringent laws with regards to Nazi symbols and if you will, professions of National Socialism in public. But apparently you can still dress up as a Nazi if you want to, because the sale of uniforms and various knickknacks and Zyklon B canisters are still available. So, first of all, why do you feel that this trade is so dangerous? And secondly, in light of events on October the 7th, did you personally, Abdallah, receive any pushback for what you did? Just outlining, you know, your background, etc., and your Lebanese nationality. Presumably there were some people that weren't too happy about it.
So already back then it was a disaster. Actually, I'm banned to go back to Lebanon. I was informed by the Lebanese embassy in Bern, I'm a Swiss resident as a Swiss citizen, that I should not go back to the embassy and not to ask for my passport being renewed. It's not like I want one, but in case I wanted one, they warned me. But lately, the most interesting event was my kids that were in school. My kids go to International School of Geneva, which is supposed to be a very open-minded school with a wide range of different type of students. And many of the students actually Middle Easterns and non-Middle Easterns, many few from the States that knew who I was and knew what I did, came to my kids and said, "How can your father support Israel? How can your father do or did what he did? Look what the Israelis are doing." So the act of being a non-Jewish supporting what people believe is a Jewish cause, when I believe is a human cause, is clearly being seen as being a problem, as clearly being seen as being part of what they call the Jewish conspiracy. So clearly today the job, that's why I love so much the EGA, because I feel that the job that you guys are doing is crucial, essential, and even more than that, because if you don't go and start thinking, how can we work through the law? How can we work to this democratically? We'll never achieve anything. And the fact that you're going through the democratic route, you're not going to the auction house and destroying pieces. You're going and asking the lawmakers to change the law. And the fact that you're following that footstep alone shows the strength, shows the willingness to do things the right way. And the fact that you're going and pushing forward, hopefully the lawmakers will understand the importance to stop selling those artifacts, because those artifacts, what are they? They're not just a piece of tissue, they're not just a piece of material. This is the symbol of terror. This is the symbol of hatred. This is the symbol of the worst time in human history. We cannot allow, not us, not our kids, no one, to use those items to show that human nature has still so much hatred in front of them. So that's why I'm a very strong believer of the job you guys do. I'm a very strong believer that hopefully one day the lawmakers will understand that those shrives should never be sold, that this should be thrown away in the garbage and should be valueless. The fact that they allow them to continue selling them, it's not only a disaster, it's shameful. Especially, as you said, a country like Germany, who's so cautious with the image after what has happened and has so many anti-Semitic laws, etc., etc. It's really not logical.
Right. And I mean, you spent over 600,000 euros of your own money to buy this stuff, which you then handed over and is now in safekeeping. clearly there's an issue, and you brought it to the front of a table, but you were even in a position that you had to, that you felt you had to do this. I mean, we have a number of parliamentarians in the room. These auctions are still able to take place. What's your message to these parliamentarians? And why do you think, or how can we explain the reluctance to just put this legislation in place over what is so completely obvious to you and presumably the vast majority of the public?
Look, I think that I'm going to say something that might be tough, but I think 7th of October might help. Now people realize how anti-Semitism exists. I actually find it very interesting because last time I came here, I made a speech. I remember that I used a number which was 34% of students above 18 years old knew what Holocaust was. At least now, because of 7th of October, maybe we doubled that. At least that came through. But using today the law is the only way to make things different. Not violence, not hatred, not killing, just using the law and common sense. And I think all the parliamentarians that are here, all the lawmakers that are here, all the people that can actually talk to someone that can make a difference should do that. Because anti-Semitism, racism, populism, anything that goes into the extreme, anything that goes against the right of someone, the fundamental right of someone to believe in a God or to be who he is, or to have a sexual orientation, or to be a woman, or to be anything, has the law, the humanity has to give them the right to feel that they are capable and that they can be who they want to be. And the fact that some lawmakers still don't understand that, I believe they should go to Israel, see what happened on 7th of October. I think they should come to Auschwitz to visit the camps. And I think there are, unfortunately, in the world, many, many more places where hatred has been spread, where people have died because of hatred and racism. So it's so easy to see what happened and so easy to understand that a symbol is so much more than just a piece of tissue. It is something that actually pushes people to be used, to actually push others to understand and to go for hatred. Today, we've been seeing demonstrations in the world where people were raising their arms. This is a strong symbol. This is a symbol that should not exist. We see people going and tagging the Star of David. Those are things that should not happen. So why we have laws against specific anti-Semitic things, but we don't have enough laws to protect that the old items that represent the same symbolic are not actually protected. And I think it's so simplistic that we should really keep on convincing those people. That's why after our last trip, unfortunately COVID was here, and I remember I sent to all my contacts, I had 8,000, 9,000 contacts that I had, and I asked them to come and organize a big meeting and to convey as many people as possible to come to Auschwitz, because myself coming here, myself seeing the camps, myself feeling that noiseless hatred, that noiseless, smellless persecution that those people lived in those walls, and feeling those screams inside me made me understand even more how important it is that we stop hating each other. And if we all understand the power of symbols, like we most do, most of us wear crosses, most of us wear stars, most of us wear kippah. Those are symbols of our religion. Those are symbols of our belief. Why can't we understand? Why can't a lawmaker understand that the symbol of Nazism or the hat of Hitler or whatever that is, it has the same power than the other symbol?
Abdallah, I have a question which I've always wanted to ask you. You speak with such openness, with such clarity of purpose, and I know you care passionately about this. Have you ever considered running for office?
Look, unfortunately, I told you I'm banned from Lebanon, so it's a little bit complicated to run for president.
Switzerland?
It's too democratic for me. But you see, I tattooed on my arm a very specific, special number. I tattooed the number of Simone Weil. Simone Weil used to be a very important French politician, a French philosopher. 40 years ago, in March, she was going down the train of shame, and she was tattooed with her sister and her mother. And she was saved because someone told her, go left, go right. The person who decided that she had to go left maybe could have decided for her to go right. And that's why she was saved. And one of the things I read that really marked me and really made me, because I had to choose who I wanted to have on my arm, because many people that deserves to be honored, not because it's my body, of course, but deserves to be talked about are many. Many people, that many survivors of the Holocaust deserve to, actually every single survivor of the Holocaust deserves to be talked about. But the choice of Simone Weil came, one, because she was a woman. And for me, anti-Semitism is also protecting women's rights. And two, is also because she was lucky. And I think in life, we all need luck. We all need a good star on top of our head. But we also need to realize the one that we got lucky, like us, like her. I'm a survivor from the Lebanese war. My parents had enough means to leave Lebanon in 75. Maybe if my parents didn't have means to leave Lebanon in 75, would have been killed like 400,000 or 500,000 other people were killed in the civil war. So I believe us that we are lucky to be here standing today and being able to talk and give a message. We should continue and pursue that fight. And Simone Weil didn't stop. She didn't stop relaying that message. She didn't stop reminding people that we are all human, that we are a man, a woman, a Jewish, a Christian, or whatever that is. We all deserve to live a good life the way we want to live it.
Amen ve'amen. Abdallah, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We are incredibly proud and privileged to have you part of the EGA. And I want to make you a pledge that we at the EGA will not rest until we've succeeded in banning this trade in Nazi memorabilia. And I hope that relatively soon we'll have you back on the stage and we'll be talking about it. So Abdallah, thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you for what you did back then. Thank you for your involvement.
Thank you, and thank you, the EGA, for all the very hard effort you do, and thank you for everyone to take the time to come to that event. I know everyone is busy, I know everyone has a schedule, but every single of you coming here to town today is a statement, and we need statement, and we need people like you to believe in the good and a greater good. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our day. Allow me just the briefest of remarks. At 7 o'clock, there will be a pre-dinner cocktail in the foyer. Around 7:45, we'll be opening the doors for the gala dinner, which you will find just next door. For those of you, because I know it's been a long day and some of you might leave the dinner perhaps 5 or 10 minutes early, I want to just state here and now that breakfast is served from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Our buses for Auschwitz leave at 7:15 sharp. We would also ask you to check out of your hotel room before boarding your bus. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today, and I look forward to seeing you at the dinner. Thank you.